The third one, first is healthcare and pharmaceutical. Second one is manufacturing. The third one, e-commerce and digital economy. The fourth one is the business for the fast-moving consumer goods. And the fifth one is infrastructure. All, I think, is open at the moment for the all investors from foreign. So Pak Darmono also one of the example is a good business people who can be partner when you invest in Indonesia. So I'm
because why? Because there's assurance having a Singapore partner. This can be enlarged further. So although Indonesia has got Indonesia is so large that people still a lot misunderstood or do not really know how to invest in Indonesia. So although without saying that Indonesia have got two systems, but actually we do. We have two systems. You go directly to Indonesia, you will find a lot of obstacles without having a partner. But coming to industrial estate, we have it's a different system. An industrial estate basically it has its own authoritative zone, and by doing that, the customers have got better certainty in terms of regulation law and the estate management. So this is the way they can come in easier. Now, in terms of low-hanging fruits, there are actually many businesses now in Indonesia which become suddenly very good during the pandemic. Because of the China and US conflict, now a lot of goods are exported from Indonesia. A lot of labor-intensive products like shoes, garments. Now suddenly Indonesia enjoys a higher export rate in this area. But again, the other thing is like Pak Tomo said about the pharmaceutical, the other consumer goods, which is also increasing rapidly because again, the healthcare system in Indonesia is getting better and better. It requires a lot of medical equipment, a lot of expertise, a lot of pharmaceutical stuff, and so on. So with the explanation from Pak Raden, I think it's all we give a different insight. From Singapore side, Pak Tomo mentioned very clearly, if you want to invest in Indonesia, now is the time because you can always use also Singapore as a platform and come to industrial estate. Well, in industrial estate, we have, for example, in Cikarang, Jababeka, we have more than 2,000 factories. Not all are doing well. Maybe 30% of them want to have partners from overseas. So it's an opportunity to come without having to go through the 3 months or even 3 years market survey. Just come and partner with the existing companies in Indonesia, both local companies and also foreign companies. So this is a different situation with many countries, and also Indonesia itself many years ago. Now we are in a very strong position to welcome foreign investment because many partners are ready to partner with foreign investors, which make life easier. All regulations are in place. Government policy is very clear. So yes, I think I have to applaud you, commend you, Swet, for doing this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Darmono. That's adding very reassuring foreign investors. Pak Raden, maybe we can just sum up and give us your view on those two questions as a wrap up. Pak Raden, okay, go ahead, Pak.
Thank you. I think Pak Tommy and also Pak Darmono already very clear. They are in a better positions than us to talk about investment in Indonesia. What the government can do is basically, first of all, we will never complacent with what we have done. We always preparing for the unprecedented event, especially related to this pandemic. And we need to respond immediately in case we have any problem related to this pandemic in the near future. I think this is the first thing that we continue to committed to do. Second, the transformation will have to continue. Of course, the transformation of the economy is not easy. We cannot do it overnight to change the mindset of, again, probably the governor, or even the bupatis in Indonesia. But we will continue to do these ones. As you know, Indonesia is a very complex and very, heterogeneous countries. So we need to be very careful to do these ones. But at the same time, the president himself, and I think even the future president, will commit to do these ones. I think we already have the right policy, and we continue to learn from the past. We continue to learn our mistake. And the most important one, as Tommy already mentions, we need to have a robust implementations. This is very important for us. And with this, and hopefully Indonesia can achieve a much better positions in the world in terms of economic and also in terms of leadership in the future, and Indonesia become a prosperous country. Thank you very much. And I think I would like to thank this forum as well. This is very important forum to all of us, to the government, to the stakeholders, and to the investor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Raden. That was a wonderful, wonderful presentation, and for your insights. Of course, Dubes, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Your views and your insights, I think, are very useful to our audience, who are actually mostly business leaders from across the world. And of course, Pak Darmono, you always supported us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with all of you again for future conference events organized by the Indonesia Economic Forum. Thank you, Pak. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Please stay with us. We will be back in 5 minutes with a very, very exciting and insightful panel on investing in digital assets. We have 4 distinguished speakers who understand this market deeply, deeply, and who will be providing very interesting and very insightful tips on investing in digital assets. Stay with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't unmute them. Don't mute them. Welcome back to the Indonesia Economic Forum. We are very happy and very privileged to have four very distinguished speakers. Next panel, which is the future of the digital economy. Let me just introduce our panelist, Pak Joel Shen, his partner for With Us Worldwide. Pak Joel, welcome and thank you so much for joining us today. We also have Mr. Pang Siu Kai. He's the CEO of Toko Crypto. Toko Crypto is Indonesia's first registered cryptocurrency exchange. He's a very well-known entrepreneur in Indonesia. He has a very interesting story to tell about his journey to becoming a startup entrepreneur. We also have Ms. Carrie Suen, Senior Advisor, International Public Policy and Government Affairs at a very warm welcome, Ms. Suen, and thank you so much for joining us. It's a privilege to have you. And of course, we have the very famous Mr. Cheng Peng Zhao of CZ, as he's known worldwide. Mr. CZ is founder and CEO of course, Binance. A very warm welcome and thank you so much for joining us today. So let's get started. This is a very interesting panel because it's all about the future. And of course starting from the present, yeah. So may I just, Joel, you know, you've been in the heart of, you run the With Us Worldwide tech section. You've been in London recently. You've been speaking to global investors. You have a very strong and deep understanding of Indonesia. How do you see this whole landscape changing in the next coming years, or how do you see the investor climate towards investing in Indonesia's digital economy?
Perhaps we can, kind of just lay down the parameters for today's discussion, Pak Shoaib, because when we talk about blockchain and crypto, we could actually be talking about quite different things. So blockchain, of course, is the underlying technology built on decentralized ledgers, but there's various applications in blockchain, including facilitation of payments, trade, finance, insurance, establishment provenance. Ant Group, who's on the panel today, of course, has built a platform called Trustful that allows, that facilitates trade and trade finance. And of course, one of the applications of the blockchain is in digital assets, of which cryptocurrencies is one. So, I'd like to make that distinction before we start, sort of set the stage for today's discussion, and Carrie and Izzy and Kai can then go on and talk about their various pet subjects. I'd also like to start by, you asked about the investment climate in this space. And of course, money is pouring in. We're seeing these technologies develop, and we're soon coming to the point, I think, but where these technologies will become ubiquitous in our lives. So in the same way that nobody really questions anymore, how the internet, so too people will come to specifically on that investment point. I'd like to share a few data points. The first is that some years ago, about 3 years ago now, the number of cryptocurrency trading accounts first exceeded the number of stock accounts. As at the end of last year, there were about 4.5 million cryptocurrency trading accounts. By June this year, that number had gone up to 500,000. So you're looking at but in a country of 272 million people, that number still trails the global average, which means there could be something like 3x, conservatively a 3x opportunity in Indonesia for businesses like finance, local crypto. And I say conservatively because Indonesia has a young population. 60% of its population is either a millennial, Gen Z, or post-Gen Z. Certainly much younger than I am. So that, sort of creates the right conditions, I think, and set the stage for today's discussion, where
innovations, in enabling and empowering enterprises. Maybe if you can talk a little bit about how we've seen consumers and individuals benefit, but how are enterprises, especially SMEs, in Indonesia, SMEs make up 60-70% of GDP. How do you see enterprises leveraging and benefiting from this whole new technology gameplay?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Shop. It's my pleasure to be here. I think Indonesia is a very interesting window of opportunities now, given post-pandemic economic recovery is so key. And also with the speed of digital transformation, a lot of countries are definitely looking very keenly how to leverage technology to harness its efficiency, to help more SMEs, more individuals to gain a more solid footholding into the digital economy benefits. So I guess just looking at the region itself, as everyone who's dialing in, who's attending, this region presents great opportunities to help more people to gain access to financial services. So according to a number of recent industry report, however, there's still a big portion of consumers in the region that are still underbanked. So, the Southeast Asia growing internet penetration and the proportion of population that are still underbanked are not quite, proportional at this point as well. So what can we do, from an enterprise corporate perspective? So allow me to just fill the audience with some background, right? Alipay, when we first started in 2004 in China, we were really just looking to resolve a small market pain point, to resolve the trust between buyer and sellers on an e-commerce platform. So now when I talk about this, everyone knows what e-commerce platform is all about. Everyone has probably experienced the efficiency of purchasing online. But I think back then it was a very foreign concept. So I think technology itself is a very neutral tool. How we use it determines, what outcomes it could achieve. So at least from Alipay Android perspective, we always believe, technology should be used for good purposes and should be used to create, small but incremental benefits to the existing problems. So kind of turning back to blockchain technology. So we actually have division and chain, and then we have actually one of the world's largest portfolio on blockchain application. I think it's interesting that I am representing Ant Group on this panel today, sitting alongside leading providers, Binance and Toko Crypto on this topic, because the way we look at blockchain application is really how do we leverage it to revolutionize or transform the service industry, to make the incumbent process a little bit more efficient, a little bit easier and consumer friendly. So as I think Joe mentioned, recently we launched TrustPool, which is a blockchain as a service. Basically what it means is that we have extract the entire business process of the commodity, wholesale bank, and then we move it onto the chain. So we use the blockchain as an infrastructure, basically to build entire business activities flow online. So it's very transparent. It's very easy for all the stakeholders within that process to understand where things are, where things get held off. And then, in a way, to make the data on the blockchain as a source of truth, right? So everyone can refer to the record and the messaging data on the chain. And in a way, we can distribute the control fairly to everyone who is involved in the process. And at the end of the day, what it achieves is really just to lift all these inefficiencies around human operations, amount lack of resources, to automate the whole process. So everything's very clear at which point juncture, what is the next step going to be followed. And that next step is actually triggered automatically. So everything is very clearly laid out, and then it's tracked real time. And then this really, become the foundational tech that creates trust and reliability. So everyone is very, comfortable to come onto this chain to deal with each other, and then more importantly, to serve as a record for any further business references or dispute resolution. So we believe that this type of technology should be accessible for everybody, for even small medium merchants which are not mostly served under the existing financial systems. So that's why we are building these foundational bases and infrastructure to create a more open business hub and environment where merchants can get easily onboarded and then do cross-border trade businesses much more efficiently. So I'll stop right here.
I think that's great that you are focusing. I like the way you say incremental changes, because when you talk to small and medium-sized enterprises, and if you say you got to transform your business, it's quite shocking to them. So I think that small steps going forward is very critical. Kai, I think you've had a very interesting journey in Indonesia. I mean, you're an oil and gas engineer by background, but now you are a star in Indonesia in the digital and crypto space. Can you share with us a little bit about Toko Crypto's journey, and how are you progressing? What's your next big step going forward?
Right. Thanks, Mr. Shoaib, and really good morning to all the distinguished speakers for today, CZ, Carrie, Joel, and Mr. Shoaib himself. I think yes, I think Toko Crypto has been very fortunate in seeing the growth that we have for the past couple of years. I think, of course, part of our success is also through the partnership with the partners that we have, like Binance, also working together with Pak Joel or with this Kata Wong. I think all of this has ultimately helped us to propel our growth in Indonesia. And I think one thing that it really differentiated us from the other exchanges that is also very in line with the vision at Binance. Because CZ, I believe you mentioned in one of your interviews the past few days that Binance right now has been profitable, and currently one of the things that you are working on is how do you sacrifice your profits in order to focus on growth, in order to focus on this growing the industry, growing the crypto space around the world. And I think at Toko Crypto, that is also something that is that we are very in line with, and that's something that we have been focusing a lot on. We've been from day one, we've been focusing on regulatory compliance. We've been focusing on education. All of these things costs huge amount of resources, and it takes a lot of time to build it up. But I would say that ultimately, all of this has taken fruit. It has propelled us from not being the incumbent exchange in Indonesia to really becoming at the forefront of this industry at Indonesia in terms of pioneering new initiatives. So on top of the exchange, we have, as you can see, we have our charity platform that's all centered around blockchain and crypto. We recently raised a large amount through a charity event, which raised 222 Ether, which amounts to about 10 billion rupiah for the Oxygen for Charity event through charity NFT fundraising. We're also working with Binance for the tree planting initiative in Indonesia, and seeing how we can have that on blockchain. There's a lot of initiatives that we are pioneering, that we are seeing, and ultimately what we are working on is really how we can leverage on the connections that the exchange has, because ultimately we see an exchange as to be the kind of like the center of all the different ecosystems within the entire crypto industry, and we want to leverage that as much as possible in order to help existing closed loop ecosystems to tokenize, because we feel that is, I think as one of the speakers in the previous panel also mentioned, Indonesia has had a problem of a large proportion of the unbanked since decades ago until now. I don't think the needle has moved much on that. Digital wallets, e-money has all came up and had the mindset in order to solve that. But I think, for the next 5 to 10 years growth of the crypto industry, this could be what, we are going to be seeing. How do we really bridge between the digital space slash crypto into the real world, and really come in to see how we can solve real world problems. I think ultimately, that's what we see at Toko Crypto, and that's really, I think this focus has really helped us to grow, as this vision I think is aligned with Binance, aligned with our partners, and ultimately also aligned, I think, with the government perspective as well, because governments, of course, the Indonesian government, of course, we want they want to see how they can grow the economy, how they can make sure more people are gaining in terms of lifestyle and value. So I think ultimately that's my comments on that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. I think both you and Kerry made two very important points. One, of course, is serving the underserved. And that's a huge, huge opportunity in Indonesia across all industries. I mentioned earlier that only 13% of MSMEs in Indonesia actually are on the digital, on any digital platform. So I think that's a huge growth projection. CZ, if I may come to you now, I mean, I don't need to introduce you. Of course, everybody anybody knows you, and it's a great pleasure and a great privilege to have you on the Indonesia Economic Forum. I think, and I think you more than any other individual is really responsible for bringing crypto into the mainstream. But you've also had your challenges, initially a lot of skepticism from regulators, from the market space. You managed to overcome that. Two questions for you, really, how do you see this progressing, and what kind of new innovations are you pursuing, and what are you looking at over the next few years in terms of new innovations coming from Binance?
Sure. Thanks for that, and thanks for having me here. First of all, I don't view myself as the main guy bringing crypto adoption. I think it's a very collective effort. We provide a very small part of the ecosystem. We provide access to crypto for people all around the world. And also the innovation in this space happens in a very decentralized way. And it's not so much what Binance does, and especially over the next 5 years. I think the industry will grow in its own ways. And to be very frank, if you ask me, like, say at the beginning of at the beginning of this year, what's gonna take off this year, I probably would not have said, NFTs, GameFi, decentralized social media, diesel, and all of those things that took off. If you asked me at the beginning of last year, I probably would not have even said DeFi. And if you asked me at the beginning of 2017, I probably would not have said ICOs. But all of those things happened within 6 months of those time frames, and it's very hard to predict. So this is the beauty of the decentralized ecosystem. And if we look at all of those use cases, all of those are use cases that cannot be done using traditional fiat currencies. So ICOs, even though ICO may have a mixed, not a bad name right now, but global blockchain, global fundraising using the blockchain can be done. Like you can raise money for your entrepreneurial projects globally. That cannot be done using fiat currencies today. NFTs is a way for artists to monetize their work. That cannot be globally. That cannot be done using fiat currencies today. So same thing with GameFi, play to earn, which is a big thing in Philippines, Indonesia, etc. Now there's fan tokens, sports fan tokens. There's a lot more that's happening right now, and there's also metaverse. So I think for the next few years, we would so Binance is the platform that enables other platforms to grow within this ecosystem. So I think as Kai said, I wouldn't even view exchanges as a center, but exchanges is one organ in the body that pumps liquidity. So if currencies are the blood, then we are the heart, kind of. But there are many other organs in the body that will make this ecosystem more complete. So I think in the next few years we will see. We will still see new applications that traditional fiat currencies cannot do, like cross-border payments, remittances, etc. Whereas where the traditional financial industries do well today, crypto probably not going to replace them. So yeah, I can't really predict the future, but the way we want to operate is when we see something trending, we want to promote it and we want to help it grow. So that's our job in the industry.
Just let me stick with you for another couple of minutes. Do you see a balance between fiat currencies and cryptos moving in a parallel universe, or will there be some crossover sometime down the road?
Yeah, I think I think those two will definitely continue to coexist for a long time. I think many people have the replace mentality. I think that's a very limited mentality. We don't have that. We don't have that mentality. It's not that crypto will replace fiat in anytime soon, to be honest. Today, like 99.9% of money is still in fiat currencies. And the crypto industry is only, what, $3 trillion right now? That compared to the traditional currency market, the derivatives market, the equity market, the real estate market, the e-commerce market, like that's a tiny percentage of those markets. So today we see that by bridging those, by building bridges between those markets, we actually facilitate much more of the flow from traditional financial systems into crypto and back. So having that flow being very fluid is very important for the industry growth. And so I think, yeah, fiat currencies and cryptocurrencies will coexist for quite a long time. People who use fiat currencies for everyday transactions and for things they pay on a monthly basis, etc. So that fiat services a purpose. Cryptocurrency is a little bit harder to use in those cases, given the high fluctuations in price, given the more difficulty of holding your own crypto or even using an exchange. It's a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more complicated to use than, for example, Alipay or the other mobile payment services. But whereas when you touch onto like anything that's global, anything that's cross-border, like global fundraising, cross-border remittances, transferring large amounts of money, or transferring tiny amounts of money. When we get into those things, then fiat currencies have limitations. And also with the sort of a quantitative easing that's happening in the last couple of years, the store of value is going to be difficult in fiat currencies. I think we will see inflation. So for all of those to protect against those, to get over those kind of issues, people will tend to gravitate towards cryptocurrencies. So I think those two serve very different purposes. I don't see them overlapping that much right now, and I believe they will coexist for a long time.
Well, yeah, that's crystal clear. I think it kind of explains a lot of the uncertainty surrounding around cryptos. If I may just pose a question to all four of you in terms of the challenges. Number one, the challenges facing the crypto market, and of course, for Carrie, in terms of how do you see how easy would it be for small, medium-sized enterprises to get on the blockchain, to leverage on that, right? In terms of Cesar, you mentioned some of those issues where you are solving current issues for individuals and for enterprises. Moving forward, what kind of challenges do you see facing this industry? Maybe I'll start with Joel.
Wow, that's a big question, and I'm trying to think how I can answer it. Perhaps I can answer it with a few data points, and I think this summarizes the problem, at least in Indonesia, quite well. Earlier, you heard Kai talk about the unbanked in Indonesia. Who are the unbanked in Indonesia? 52% of all Indonesian adults have no bank account. Right? 90 million Indonesians have no bank account. Of those who do, about 40% are what we call the underbanked, by which I mean they have inadequate access to even basic financial products and services, credit, insurance, and so on. So Indonesia, as we all know, is a country of superlatives, right? It's home to the largest Muslim population in the world, second largest Twitter population in the world, third largest Facebook population in the world, and fourth largest unbanked population. And this, I think, summarizes the problem statement for what Kai was trying to say. In a country where 90 million Indonesian adults have no bank account, but 70% of all Indonesians have a smartphone. It's technology like, and I will use this loosely, blockchain that, seem to present a solution, or at least a partial solution to this problem, right? But, and you asked what challenges there are. I think perhaps Pai and CZ will both agree with me that the challenges for businesses like blockchain and crypto remain one of perception, one of being understood by the public users, one of being understood by regulators, and one of being understood in Indonesia in particular by the very pervasive and influential religious organizations. So one of your earlier panels, there was an interesting quote from one of your panelists that said that in Indonesia, you believe in God more than you believe in money, more than you believe in business, more than you believe in government. I think this is also the case. So what are the crypto and blockchain again presents great opportunity. I think it presents at least a partial solution to some of Indonesia's greatest problems of the unbanked and the underbanked. But I think it's still something that the public, the regulators need to understand and need to know how to deal with and live with and come to terms with. But such is the case for all new technology. The nature of regulators is not to regulate something that is not there, right? So regulators are always playing catch up with business, and business always follows technology. So the technology needs to exist first. The business then follows when there is a money-making opportunity, and then the regulators see that there is something there that needs to be regulated, and then they move it. Sometimes they miscalculate, sometimes they overreach. There is very often a recalibration that's needed, but that's just half of the cost. That's part of the rich tapestry of this life we live. The same, we see similar patterns with other emerging. We have seen patterns with other emerging technologies. Not too long ago, there was ride-hailing example operated for a long time in a regulatory gray area in this part of the world. Grab did the Series A in 2014. It was only in the National Day Rally 2021 that Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong, said, "Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we need to think a little bit about the benefits of these private hire riders and food delivery men who are not employees of Grab." So this is a prime example of regulation accommodating new technology. Similar observations also in areas of delivery of media content, OTT, in areas of when monetization, for example, of information via the internet, in ride hailing, as I said, in digital payment. So in every case, there is an example of regulation adapting to technology and vice versa. And this is the song and dance that will continue, and that will continue to give work to lawyers such as. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, I guess regulators will always be behind the curve because it's led by businesses. Maybe I could come to Carrie in terms of for the end group and for getting SMEs and businesses onto your blockchain platform. What do you see are the key challenges? Not just in Indonesia but across the region, because you do oversee a larger market space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the first question is, as a corporate, who are you enabling? What are you enabling on, right? We have been developing our blockchain solutions for quite some years. Of course, at the beginning when we rolled out, we try to work with banks. We try to work with corporates. The friction point is simply all these, banks and corporates, they just don't have resources to develop like a new system to accommodate the integration with a blockchain solution. So what we're building out here is, again, blockchain as service is a plug-and-play concept. Where the integration should be very seamless and smoothly through a standard API, and it should be very easy for them without any additional commitment or investment needed. So I think right now we're also working with a lot of government agencies in China to digitalize a lot of the real estate, such as IP rights, such as agricultural products, to really, develop use case around daily life, convenience. So I think that is something that everyone in the space should think about, who your consumers are, whether your consumers are being served, and then what are the solutions you are developing to bridge the gap. To some extent, actually, we even develop something like integration suite to really come in and help companies that don't have a system that meet the technical specifications yet. So that means, they can simply just, run that software on the system, and then the integration gap will be filled by our software. So again, how consumer oriented you are, then how loyal your customers will be to you. But also just want to go back to the discussion and insight share with Joel and CC just now. Overall, since Antwerp has been very involved in the financial services, our view is just that the regulatory space is still very complicated because it's a business of risk management after all. So how to build that trust with the consumers, how to get the buy-in from general public that this is something safe for me to keep my money with, right? So we have been developing, China wallet for almost 10 plus years. And it's only recently that we've seen e-wallet adoption picking up in the region, where people feel they're more comfortable. They realize it's not really just a payment platform, but a platform that they can access for one-stop integration to resolve a lot of the daily life usage, such as ride-hailing, such as food ordering, such as ordering, tickets, paying utility bills online, right? So I agree with CC's point of view. I think for the next coming future, there will still be two divided camps. One is really focusing on resolving the incumbent inefficiencies around cross-border payments, how to get small, mediums, more efficient tools to facilitate cross-border trade. There will be another camp of people who are a little bit more risk-taking, and they are more into the concept of DeFi, and then they will be continue be involved in that community. And we have also been working very closely with a lot of public sector regulators. And recently, cross-border payment pain points are definitely a key highlight at the G20 country level. And you see there's a big movement from all the key countries to come together to the same table, which you have not seen before, to talk about cross-border payments, how to link the central bank systems to resolve a lot of these intermediary inefficiencies. So in a way, because we've been engaging both private and public sector quite actively, I think there is an optimism. Some improvements will be made in this space to reduce the friction for merchants to do business cross-border. But it's not a simple question. And at the end of the day, it's how we balance the risk and innovation to make the market development more sustainable.
That I think is, you made a very good point about cross-border movement of, transfer of funds. Kai, maybe if I can come to you now, from your perspective, as you expand your reach and your network and your ecosystem in Indonesia, what are some of the key challenges that you think you will be facing, as you move forward?
Okay, cool. Can I probably take this question next? Maybe you want to go to CZ first, because I think CZ has to drop off at a couple of minutes.
Sorry, yeah, CZ, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, apologies. There was a scheduling conflict, so I gotta drop off pretty soon.
Sure.
So, yeah. What challenges? Well, there are always many challenges. I think in the short term, as a centralized exchange, especially, we need to work with the regulators all around the world to solidify, clarify, and also adopt a very solid regulatory framework everywhere in the world. So it sounds very simple, but there's so many different things. And regulations are different in different jurisdictions. For example, even the word anti-money laundering, which is what everybody cares about deeply, means different things in different parts of the world. In the US, it means terrorists, fighting terrorists. In China, it basically means like moving money out of China. That's money laundering. While moving anything larger than 50K US dollars per year, that's money laundering. So we have to. So that's the short-term challenge. But things are getting better. I think right now we are seeing that many regulators around the world understand that this is the this is the future technology that will power fintech. So not working on this will may cause them to be behind in the future development of the future of fintech industry. And the fintech industry is going to be the base layer for every other industry, be it gaming, retail, e-commerce, etc. So speaking of which, your earlier question about the small business adoption, small to medium business adoption, there are also many challenges for them to adopt. I think the number one challenge is the current crypto adoption among the general public is still quite low. So I think globally we're looking at somewhere around 5% adoption. Different countries may be different. Indonesia is probably about that, to be honest. Indonesia is probably on par with the global average. So that means globally, out of the 8 billion people, probably only 400 million people have crypto. It's a large number. It's already larger than the population for Indonesia, which is already the fourth largest population in the world. But it's still a small number when you talk to merchants. Say, look, if you're talking to a retail shop, say, if you install a POS, 5% of people are gonna come in may want to pay with crypto. There's not a strong enough incentive for the shop owners to adopt that. So until we see more adoption on the more growth in the crypto space, the small merchants that have real businesses, that have real physical businesses, may be difficult. Whereas we see that any business that's more international, more borderless, more virtual, and more online, they have a much higher propensity to want to adopt this new technology, because now you can for those businesses that they can now suddenly attract 400 million people, they can target 400 million people all around the world. So what type of businesses are they going to be? Like gaming, for example, is a very good example. Gaming distribution is very international. Right now, for every game, each creator, they have to go through multiple payment channels in each different country. Whereas if they just accepted crypto, they can accept payments globally, and then the distribution can be usually done online without any physical attachments. So people just download the game and start playing. And then games can also have in-game virtual world, virtual assets, etc., play to earn. So like those kind of businesses are much easier to adopt crypto in both for payments and also in-game interactions, user retentions. Other things like we've seen, like arts, NFTs have taken off because arts is now today digital arts can be distributed globally. Social media is probably going to make sense because social media, again, is very global, very online, very virtual phenomena. So global e-commerce may take off. For example, if Alibaba is selling goods from China to other places internationally, Shein is in those type of businesses where they sell very internationally, but they're manufacturing in mostly Asia. So those type of businesses may take off first, and then those type of businesses will most likely help drive adoption to even higher percentages. Once the global adoption reaches, like, say, 20-50%, and then the other local business, like even a local restaurant, may want to install a POS to accept crypto. So I think it's my opinion that most likely this is how it's going to develop, but I could be wrong. So don't quote me on that. But yeah, that's my take on those questions.
Thank you so much. I think that's great. In terms of the industries that will depend on blockchain, and of course, as you say, fintech will be underpinning a lot of these industries as they grow. Thank you so much for joining us, CZ. I understand you have another appointment, but a real big thank you. And it's been a
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, bye bye.
Thanks, Easy.
Thank you. Yeah. So coming back to Kai now, in terms of what are the key challenges that you face, or do you think you will face going forward? Apart from regulatory, of course, dealing with the regulators and a regulatory environment, but what are some of the key things that you think you will be grappling with and you're preparing to grapple with?
Right. I think, I want to touch on what Joel brought up with that, 52% of Indonesia are unbanked, right? And there are a lot of companies and services that are trying to get, access to them. But the fact of the matter is this 52% of people don't have money, right? And, a lot of services, a lot of companies, they claim they want to go in and help the unbanked, but ultimately, all they focus on is the mid to high tier part of the population, which has money, because a lot of these companies, they focus on revenue, they focus on transactional volume. All these are part of their metrics, right? So that's one of the challenge, and one of the things that I feel crypto can come in to help give. I'm quoting someone who actually said this: "Give meat to the bone, or grow meat on the bone," right? Because unless you solve the issue of how can this body
we lost Kai for a little bit. Maybe we come back to Joel then. Oh, there he is. Okay, you're back.
I'm back. Sorry. So which part did I get cut off?
Just about talking about how banks start talking about banking.
Putting meat on the bones, Kai.
Yeah.
Right. So unless there comes a day where these bottom part of the this population who don't have money and hence value, unless we come to the point whereby we can teach them or educate them of how they can seek these value, they will continue to be underserved. And at Toko Crypto, one of the things that we identify could be a potential solution to this is the decentralized platform, right? Because it's easy to access and the barriers to entries are low, and that is potentially one of the ways that we could provide value to these people, and hence they will services that want to provide for them will be able to extend really their true services to them. So I think that's one of the challenges, and also ultimately one of the ways that we could potentially help on that. And also to touch on what CZ brought up just now on gaming distribution, I think all of us have grown up throughout our lives, and one of the things that we find is the best or easiest way to learn something is through games. So he brought about gaming distribution, and I think one of the things that could potentially benefit, one of the challenge in Indonesia is education, right? Things like how do we get the message, how do we get awareness of crypto out? One of the key areas that we have identified is we call it game education, right? How do we educate people and about crypto through games? Basically, how do you learn to earn? How do you study to earn? So I think that's a big potential target that could be potentially addressed. And of course, ultimately, the success of all of this, in order for them to be successfully rolled out to grow the industry, depends largely on the distribution channels, which we are starting to see with many big conglomerates with large distribution channels taking an interest in crypto space. And we're very optimistic and excited to see how potentially, we could partner up with these large organizations to really utilize these distribution channels to get awareness and education about crypto to be efficiently spread out. And and I think those are some of the challenges that we or myself have identified, and potentially some of the solutions that we could explore and partner up with to address that. Thank you.
So Pak Shop, Yeah, if I'm allowed, I also
Sure.
want to just expand, the imagination of this panel and audience a little bit further. Basically, ESG, green environmental preservation is a very hot topic, right? Given like COP26 is talking about it, all the countries are taking steps to make sure their companies are compliant. So we also recently, launched this blockchain platform called Carbon Matrix, which is like software as a service to help all the enterprises to manage their carbon impact and track how the data is like being stored to track their carbon footprint. So I thought that was actually quite another interesting angle, right? To look at how blockchain technology could provide foundational infrastructure for SMEs, companies to come into the space and encourage them to take initiative in this important area, which a responsible company should start looking into, because it's quite daunting to think about if you are a medium-sized or small medium enterprise, and you are soon going to be subject to a series of expectations, either from your investors or even like scrutiny from consumers, how you are manufacturing, how you're managing your global supply chain. So just want to share, there's another use case from the sustainability aspect.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up, Carrie. I think sustainability is going to be a huge issue going forward, especially for a nation like Indonesia. I asked earlier in one of the earlier to Pak Raden about the use of coal in Indonesia and the move towards renewable energy. And really, in a country like Indonesia, it's a difficult challenge because electrification is still very critical. There are areas in Indonesia that don't have electricity or sustained supply of electricity. I was in an island called Rote last year, and electrification only arrived there 6 years ago. I mean, imagine that, right? So I think these are challenges that this new technology can really look at solving for countries like Indonesia. One of the other issues, of course, a lot of talk about tokenizing Indonesia's forest to help preserve the forest, because today a standing tree has no value. Only when you cut it down, then there is value in the wood, right? But what if you can actually have the tree invested, in that sense? I just want to kind of get your voice, get your views on such developments, especially for a country like Indonesia, beyond just cryptos and all that. Like you said, expand the imagination a little bit. Maybe Joel, would this idea fly in the investment community?
Oh, 100%, 100%. Last night at dinner, we were just talking about trading of carbon credits and how to, reframe the current narrative around Indonesia's past forest resources. One of the probably coolest applications to have come out of Andrew, and perhaps Gary can share a little bit about this in a bit, is this app called Ant Forest. Is it Ant Forest? Then allows users through various actions on the app to plant trees. And this is just one example of how innovative businesses like Ant are militating against the scourge of global warming, right? Of course, COP26 now fresh in everyone's minds, and the urgency of acting against climate change and global warming is becoming more and more acute. So it's encouraging, of course, to see businesses like Ant, redouble their efforts. And Gary said earlier, technology is very important. It's a tool to achieve an end, not an end in itself. Here is one example of achieving a noble and laudable.
Thanks, Joel. Maybe Kai, in terms of is environmentalism, I won't call it environmentalism, but really, do you see, say, Toko Crypto coming up with a token sometime down the road that will be applied to, saving Indonesia's forests?
Toko Carbon.
I guess, well, I mean, definitely Togo Crypto, we won't be issuing the token itself, but we are definitely going to work together with some of the, business players in Indonesia to help them potentially consider listing a token. Ultimately, we're not experts in tree planting or carbon credit or things like that, but we should be able to advise them on how the token economics should play out, how we could potentially have this on NFTs, how we could have this on the metaverse. And I always like to, draw a comparison of where, in my opinion, would be for, NFTs going forward is that I feel that, the next big breakthrough in the metaverse or the NFT universe would be seeing how it can potentially be bridged to the real world of how the activities that we carry out in the metaverse will then be translated into what we see in real life. Because like what CZ mentioned, through crypto and through blockchain, it allows us to do things that fiat money wasn't previously well equipped to be able to do. And it's essentially initiatives like this which could essentially draw more attention towards the urgency of protecting our environment and help and combating climate change, and crypto and blockchain could potentially help provide a very efficient way to power this initiative. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think technology, especially NFTs and blockchain, will offer something that maybe today we don't think about, maybe today we can't imagine, but really, I think Ant Group, where you guys have been really innovating and leading the way. Do you see going forward, like maybe I don't know, SMEs even participating in such projects as a business?
Right now, we are working with a lot of international brands. Basically, the concept is that we run Ant Forest as a platform. It's no longer just our own gamification consumer solution. So basically, what we do is we invite all the brands to come join the platform, and then they, as a brand, will be managing their own virtual garden, and then their fans can actually join in and then participate in the green activities to contribute the green energy to their trees. So when a tree is grown to a certain size, then an actual tree would be planted in a designated desert area in the world. So in a way, we are contributing to the rural development, poverty alleviation efforts, because every tree we plant, we will, create job opportunities for those farmers, and then in turn, then they can use those money and resource to grow their own other, agricultural products, which can be sellable to the market. So we don't see it's just a standalone project, right? It has a ripple effect, it has a network effect, it has an ecosystem that it's contributing towards. So I think in a way, once you create all those supply chain and all those network, then the whole development, whole growth will be more sustainable. And then in fact we have licensed the software technology to our Philippine wallet partner Gcash as well. So that is another way to do it, where they can run the software on their own application, and then they can get their Gcash Filipino users to engage in the green activities as well. So if they pay bill online, if they use electronic payment, then they will accumulate all this green energy, which will... Okay, I think that was like a slight disruption, but I think I'm almost finishing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think we have about 5 to 7 minutes left to wrap up this session. Maybe I can just kind of pose a closing question to all three of you. What would be your message to today's millennials, who I think, Kai, who are probably the bulk of your I don't know, traders, what do you call them on your exchange, right? As they see this whole world opening up, technology driving change, all these new ideas coming forth, what would be your message to them in terms of how do they embrace this technology? Like I said, in Indonesia, 60% of the population is under 30. So you really have a long runway to engage them, right? But what would be your message to them in terms of adopting and embracing this whole new world of the digital space, beyond just using their handphones to buy stuff?
Right.
Let's start with Kai, and then we'll end with Carrie. We'll give the lady the last word.
Okay. All right. So being a millennial myself, no, just kidding. What would I say? I think, ultimately for us at least, I think my message is, really for the people who want to get into crypto to just go in and try. And of course, go in and make sure that you educate yourself on, what are the do's and don'ts, what are the scams, and, what are the things that people should be working on. Is everyone says this, do your own research, right? Because it's going to be I believe it's going to be very important, because my opinion is that, the digital world and the real world will start becoming more connected. And for millennials, it will be important, I would say mouthpiece or something, for them to really see how they can change what they want in the real world through interacting with the digital space. Because I believe, millennials want to get their voice heard. They want to have a say in the real world, and one of the best ways for them to be able to speak up is through the medium that they understand the most, the digital space. So yeah, do your own research, guys. That's my message.
Thank you. Joel.
Kai started out by pointing out that he's a millennial, and I'm thinking, what can this Gen X person have to say to the younger generation? I have no specific advice for millennials when it comes to digital assets. I'll give you the general advice I say to all my students and mentees and younger associates. 3 things you need to focus on early on in your career, right? Because if you think about millennial as being anyone who grew up in the early noughties, one, develop your skill sets, so invest in yourself. 2, develop your network, invest in other people. And 3, invest your money, period. And I think it's in this third one that digital assets and cryptocurrencies now play a part, right? Because, when Uncle started building his own investment portfolio, cryptocurrencies were not yet a thing. If you're much later on much later on in your investment career, would you want to? You'd have a very different risk profile, and you would look at cryptocurrency, digital assets investments in a very different way than a much younger investor would. So, among the 3 things that you're to do, investing in other people and the future, a millennial with, as you say, a much longer investment lifespan ahead of him, will be able to take on a very different. But the most important advice of all to the young Indonesians who might be listening in on today's panel is to have fun while you're doing it. I don't think there ever was a time in human history where we could be having so much fun. So that is the key takeaway for the young person in today's audience. Thank you.
Carrie.
Thank you for reserving this prime spot for me. First of all, I must declare I'm a mom of 3 kids. So I'm looking from a mother's perspective. Now, I think millennium, the next generation, they are so smart. They don't really need us to tell them what they should do. But I think one thing is, Alipay and even Alibaba, where we strive to be a 102 years company. But in order to really achieve that, we look into the purpose, into what we're doing for. So I would just suggest be a little bit more mindful. We talk about mindfulness all the time these days because technology is consuming a lot of our time these days. There's no harm to it, but I think it's just look into the companies that you're investing, what is the purpose they're serving, what kind of impacts they're creating, because this is going to be a trend, how companies are being measured in terms of their performances. And their contribution to society. So just look back into the soul and then understand why they're doing things the way they're doing, why you're doing things the way you want them to turn out, and then have no regret, right? And then enjoy that journey.
Great advice, I think, from all 3 of you. If I was a millennial, I'd be following that advice. But even though I'm not, I'll still follow that advice. Well, thank you so much. It's been great having all 3 of you, and of course CZ earlier on the panel. I think this is the book, The Brave New World. This really is the brave new world that we are embarking on, and it's great to have all of you share your ideas and your insights. And I think we have shed a lot of light on this new emerging technology. So thank you very much for joining the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to have you on board. Thank you so much. And Kai,
thank you very much,
so much for your
Thank you.
Thank
Lovely
you.
to have met you, Carrie and Kai.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, Carrie. It's great to.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, that was insightful and I think really opening up our imagination in terms of what will be possible in the future. We have another session coming up right after this on decentralized finance and how that will shape your business going forward. So stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. What is having some technical difficulties. One second, one second. Can you hear the noise? Hello and welcome back to the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. We have a very interesting session coming up. This is the first time that the Indonesia Economic Forum will actually have a masterclass presented by Anisha Rehana. She's founder she's co-founder and CEO of IBG Finance. She will be talking a little bit about decentralized finance. This was mentioned in our earlier panel, but what exactly is decentralized finance? How does it work? And of course, what would be the impact on your business? Anisha, welcome to the Indonesia Economic Forum. It's a pleasure to have you on board.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure, likewise. I've been listening into the forum since morning. It's very exciting. And it's the space that I have been advocating for the past 5 years. So when it has hit adoption, it's really exciting. And I'm looking forward to presenting the masterclass in a palatable manner, and that's of relevance to businesses and why they should jump in.
Right. I think, we've been talking about this for at least 5 years, as you said. In those early days and early years, we really didn't know how this was going to grow, and we talked a lot about it. But here we are. It's become basically a buzzword within the digital space. It's become critical, I think, also to the growth of many businesses that do not have access to the traditional capital and credit markets. So I think decentralized finance would probably be a game changer for many SMEs, especially in developing countries such as Indonesia. So we are very excited to have you doing this masterclass. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm ready, and I'm expecting some interaction and participation from the audience as well. So yeah, let's get started.
Let's get started. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me share my screen. And let's get started on this. Pardon me while I'm just getting the logistics out of the way. Okay. Can we see my screen on your side, on the share screen? Zoom is kind of tricky.
Okay.
Yeah, can we see? No, that's okay, let's do this. PowerPoint screen share is a bit tricky. I'm just going to share directly. We know when technology gets difficult, we just find solutions. Okay, so you've got to see it this way, because when I present share, I'm using two screens. So when I present share, my screen one is missing. So can you see my PowerPoint screen? Yeah, we've got to do it this way, unfortunately. Okay, yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anisha Rehana from Singapore, CEO of IBG Finance. IBG Finance aims to be the simplified AI-driven crypto investing and wealth management platform for crypto and digital assets, making crypto investing accessible for everyone. So we strive to walk the talk when we say we want to make it accessible and easy for everyone to be able to understand crypto and to invest into it. But today in this masterclass, we're taking a step back, and I'm going to address about the technology, decentralized finance, how technology and finance had this convergence, and how did we end up where we are today, and what is in it for you as a business. So that's how we are going to break it down and simplify this conversation on this topic, so that you can identify what is in it for me and my business in Indonesia, in Asia, and how do I expand beyond Indonesia. Or if I have an investor overseas and they want to come in and they want to invest in me, or have a partnership with me, how do I leverage on DeFi or decentralized finance to enable this cross-border relationship, to enable this expansion? How can I leverage on technology? So I'm here to help you take away all the technical jargons and simplify it by going through history, the present, what went wrong, how did technology solve these problems, and how can we use them. So let's get started before that, I always like to have a poll and interaction with my audience to understand your thought process and your feedback about this topic. So if I could invite you to take out your phones, scan this, and then you will come to this link called Mentimeter. It's an interactive poll. Yeah. So please scan this, or if you can I copy and paste this in the chat? For those who are, if at all, okay. So let me invite you. Let me hop over to that. Okay, so you will see this question that is flashed to you when you go into that screen, when you click the URL or scan a QR code. So simply type up your answers, and then it will pop here on the poll. Could we go for it? Could we get some to get started? I would like to understand from you, what does DeFi means to you? What does decentralized finance mean to you? There's no right or wrong. You just simply to understand where you're coming from. Let me also check if it's all okay on my side. Yeah, okay. We're not having any, oh yeah, finally we got our first one. Finance, yeah, finance, what else? One response, hoping to get more. I'm going to blame on connection for delayed responses. What does the word decentralized mean to you? And we've been hearing about these buzzwords. We've heard about it in news being used by various stakeholders. What else does it mean to you? So we're just going to try to give it a minute more. I'm going to assume that scanning the code was kind of difficult. Alternatively, you can just go to menti.com and then type in the code as well to participate. I welcome audience to just type it out on the chat group as well, so that we have more participation. Looks like we've got very shy audience. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's move on. I hope to. Oh, actually, I have more answers now. Just hold on. I saw some more extra. Finance, blockchain. Are we getting more? Ah, okay. Wow. Yay. I'm getting more. Protocol, decentralized. All the buzzwords. What else? So when a word gets bigger, that means more of you are answering of the same. So finance is the most popular word among your answers. Protocol also means network that the technology is running on, the particular network that the project is running on. You have more? Hopefully another 5 more. No intermediary, yeah, no fees fastest. Not always no fees, but yeah, we'll hope to achieve being fast and efficient than traditional technology. Can't say traditional technology, traditional finance, non-digital finance, faster and more efficient when you cut down multiple steps and go straight from peer to peer. Okay, I think direct transaction, yeah, direct transaction peer to peer, where you have party A transacting or interacting directly with the end user without multiple parties in between. Inclusive, yeah, we want to include the unbanked, people with no access to traditional banks, see what's around, what devices they have with them, what tools they have with them, and how can we empower them, enable them with a checking account so that they can proceed with daily life. Do we have more? Exchange, yeah. So the mode of transport, how do you transfer this asset? traditionally for traditional finance, banks, in the central bank, in the case of DeFi, where there's no middleman, there's no central authority, that who are these exchanges? Where do they come up from? Who is governing them if banks are not, if the government is not involved? So, okay, let's not hold you back too long with these polls, and let's get into the lesson. I want to say lesson, masterclass, yeah. Okay. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the evolution of financial services. You know, they have this saying, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. You know, so what was broken? We revisit the past, and how did technology have a play in this disruption? How did blockchain technology, why was blockchain technology a suitable fit for this change? And in this next wave of financial innovation, why did we choose decentralized finance? And the most important segment of this masterclass is how is it used for, what are the use cases for businesses, for SMEs, for trade businesses like yours or everyday people? How can you use this? Let's go. So basically the evolution was, as I mentioned repeatedly from the start, it was a convergence of finance and emerging technology being artificial intelligence. When you have everything is digitalized, you have more and more data. What do you do with this data? You can do a lot of things by reading the data, figuring out trends, and predict future trends based on past performances. So when everything is available real time, you can manipulate them, aggregate them, and do beautiful things. So you have artificial intelligence to learn and relearn and predict the possible future. You've got IoTs, Internet of Things, where you can now connect from anywhere, from any device, like your watch, your watch, your HubSpot at home that is connecting your home. And for businesses, how else? When you're out in the paddy field, beyond your phone, how else can you get connected to the internet so that you can fully digitalize your process and engage in the trade finance services that needs full visibility of this whole flow to give you better returns, better facilities. So this marriage happens because the way human interaction changed. And how, you know, the transfer of payments was getting complicated, complex. So these were the gaps that were being identified. Then technology, one by one, be it cloud technology, where now you can access a database from anywhere. Like now you're remote working, you can work from home instead of going to office. When that's the case, when you can access information from anywhere, what else can be solved? When you have data collection, what other things can we read, and what else can we predict in the future? So these type of things were what was solving the pain points in traditional finance. So we also take another step back and look, how did it evolve, you know? So it's about the distribution channels. So it's all about the people, where we went. Banking and the services are dependent on the users, the people, the distribution, the channels. So as you can see, in the early 2000, it was e-banking, digital. That's when they say digital banking 1.0. So instead of having a book and you're going to the countertop, now you can call instead. Mobile banking was still a form of digital banking, as long as there's no paper and pen. That was digital banking. That's digital banking, the first version. Then when we started integration with many different channels, like from the POS system to the merchant, to the end user, to the laptop, we have multiple channels integrating, then it became 2.0. So again, then digital banking advanced to beyond the laptop or the mobile, we had beyond text, now we can have video to do a KYC with your facial recognition to do logins. And with that, you can have a full 360 of customer view of what they're doing, because now you have video collecting data as well. So that is also advancement, one up of digital banking. Then when we have Internet of Things, collecting more data, like I mentioned earlier, from collecting data from the paddy field or from the warehouse, then you've got all this data coming in, matching with financial statistics like your inventory. Then you are able to check out many other things like trade financing, invoice financing. So that's Digital Bank 4.0. So just having an iBanking account is not just the digital banking. It's one form of digital banking. So digital banking has always been around. It's about the evolution of it. So why did all this happen? Once again, it's about how things are now distributed. Where are people? You're working post-COVID. You're working from home. Remember, during COVID time, we couldn't go to the banks. So how do you offer your services to the clients from home? What do they have available? The consumers now, when they have all information via the internet, via the access of internet, then how else are your business going to adapt when they have instant reviews? And they can instantly find out about you, or you can go and find other partners instantly. How can you leverage on that? And strategy, how to reach them. So with all these as a full spectrum, you start connecting the dots. And technology actually is a catalyst to enable all these changing parameters, these changing variables. So technology wasn't there first, but instead enabling. So decentralized finance is something that came much later as the evolution of how people behaved. And we'll come to that now. So like for IBG, why in wealth management, crypto wealth management? We will take a step back, and traditional fintech, traditional finance, when they went to digitalization and wealth management, how traditional players evolved, and it's according to distribution, where the people are, how are the various channels. So what type of people were we addressing? And then what are the opportunities? How more people do we address? And where can we have a wider audience, untapped target market? So that's how fintech in wealth management has evolved. If you can see the chart, from traditional solutions, how new models were identified through the gaps. Technology addressed it by improving the distribution, enhancing the channels, and reaching out to the end users directly. So we have services, we have technology, we have the people, then the mode of exchange. When there's no trust between me and you, I don't want to do you a favor, then we exchange with the consideration of money as a gesture that, okay, thank you for your effort, thank you for your product. Now, this is something precious in return, evolution of money. So each change was because people, the way of moving the movement of the money, barter trade was easier back then because, I give you a cow, you give me XYZ in return. We were there in direct trade. Then later on, because of course the cow was too big, we go into precious metals for bigger trades, and then so on and so forth. You've got cards because everybody has didn't want to carry so much money around, or we had digitalization that was slowly evolving, and we had plastic cards to have a digital representation of physical money, and then came crypto. Why crypto? Because now first plastic cards and electronic money was a representation of physical money. Crypto money, cryptocurrency, it's a fully programmable. There is no physical representation to it. So I will not go deep dive into the different types of cryptocurrencies. There are cryptocurrencies that are pegged by physical assets. There are cryptocurrencies that are pegged by the dollar value. But I'm just in general, crypto in nature, what is it? It is fully programmable. It's a digitalized version of money that we are now using to exchange. Since users now all, especially in Indonesia, you've got the population now all, taking out your phone first to make your payments. So then, why do we now need the dollar? Or sorry, the physical note? Why can we now all fully transact in the digital mode? So that's how evolution of money happened. It did not happen singularly. It happened because the way people move, the way people trade changed. So that's how then people decided, okay, this is the next form of money. So then let's go on to the next layer. Services and trade offered with money in the financial sector. So what happened with technology and the use of crypto, where there's no central authority, what was possible? Fractional ownership was possible. Now you don't have to buy a whole house. You can own part of a house through fractional ownership in real estate tokenization. You can now choose to pay in crypto because I can pay you directly. I don't have to go through a bank. If you can receive this particular crypto, I can pay you directly if you're willing to accept. And now, mobile first, everything, all these apps and fintech related apps are built to serve the users mobile first. All this intelligent automation gives customization, understands you, and recommends and gives you monitoring services based on your behavior. So these were the hits of the current or just the recent fintech evolution, the fintech wave. Now, what happened? What went wrong? Volatility with crypto, it swings one day. Just 3 weeks back, the major cryptos were all-time high. Now it's just plummeting. Security and privacy, because it's a very nascent technology, it's still new. There's still a lot of room for hacking. There's a cyber vulnerability, and it needs continuous R&D to improve. And what other ways of design architecture will enhance this privacy and security? And of course, in fintech, a lot of these companies were using central systems where there's this single point of failure, where if WhatsApp went off, or when WhatsApp goes off, we are all like, I can't breathe. So that's when a central server, a central HubSpot goes off. Then you cannot use the service because all these services are digital. Then what happens? Then you have to wait in the dark. So these were the misses in this financial evolution that was coming along. Then we keep the hits. So in innovation, what do? You fix the problems, right? So you keep what was the good stuff. The crypto was the good stuff. App-based services, it was easy. I don't have to open my laptop. I just have to whip up my phone and then log in, and I didn't, it was easier just, on the move. While on transit, I can get this done. So now I don't have to be a high net worth individual. I can be an average Joe that invests into real estate, a part of a real estate, or make a small, tiny investment with whatever money I have. And of course, the big data and machine learning technology gives me the customization. These were the hits. But then we had the problem of privacy. Crypto, when you transact in crypto, it's in a public ledger. That means when it's peer-to-peer, if it's public, you can go onto the Explorer. For Ethereum, you go to etherscan.io. When I send, let's say I send Pak Shoaib money, and both of us, we know each other's, wallet addresses, and we transacted on the platform, the public platform, network Ethereum. So when I go and cut and paste Pak Shoaib's wallet address onto the ledger, I can see all of his transactions. And there is if I'm learned enough, I can see who all he transacted with, what amount he transacted with. So it's transparent, it's immutable. As long as we do these transactions on the public blockchain, and we know we have certain level of information, there's no way to hide it, or there's no way to cheat it. So only, but of course, I repeat, if that's because I knew his wallet address and his name is not there. It's just that I knew that particular long series of transaction hash, and therefore I'm able to see that. But beyond that, if Pak Shoaib wants absolute anonymity, he doesn't want anybody to know how his transactions are. What else can we do? We have these cryptos that call privacy coins. Where they basically mask, and although you are on the public ledger, you cannot see. Now I cannot see what Pak Shoaib all these transactions are, because it's all hashed up. The IDs are all jumbled up, and they are masked and shielded. So although it's there, it's immutable. No longer can I track his movements in the ledger. So, and I mentioned earlier, when we have this traditional technology, when there's this central point of, we call them the central database. Now, when one button, it switches off, that's it. You cannot access it anymore. So then we have this peer-to-peer where nobody can disrupt or stop me from interacting with you directly. There's no intermediary who says, no, today you cannot transact because I'm switching off the button. The bank cannot say, today you cannot transact because I'm going on maintenance. I'm not going to tell you when I'm coming back. This is a public network where as long as I and you are on the network, nobody else can stop us from interacting. And another way to address the volatility is wrapped tokens. Earlier on, I mentioned where crypto, there are many forms of cryptos. One of it is when it's backed by another underlying asset. So it reduces the volatility, like stable coins. For every one, we have one cryptocurrency called US Tether. It's USDT, very popular token to use for remittances or in trade finance because it is backed by the US dollar. Every one USDT is equivalent to almost one US dollar. It's backed by one US dollar. So it's a very minute difference, but it's now widely accepted as a mode of payment between businesses. And that helps to reduce cost of financing, cost of remittances, but of course it has its disadvantages and risk as well. I will not go into risk and disadvantages because then my masterclass will go on for 3 hours. Then Pak Shoaib needs to rename his forum to Anisha's masterclass. So therefore, in summary, when we keep the hits, we try to fix what went wrong. That's when decentralized finance came about. Now, the problems that was in the current financial wave, financial innovation wave, was that centralization was causing too much of trust issues, lacking transparency. And when there's over-transparency, there's a problem with privacy. And so how do we fix all that and keep the digitalization aspect of it? So I have mentioned about crypto, what is crypto about? And there's a lot of materials online to give you further definitions and the various cryptos. I will not recommend or make any trade recommendations here, but do understand that Bitcoin is not the only crypto. Bitcoin is not cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin is a type of cryptocurrency. So there are many, many other cryptocurrencies available. Just like you have the euro dollar, you have the US dollar, you have the Japanese yen, but we always refer to dollar because it's the most used. So likewise, the Bitcoin is the strongest with the largest network. That's why it's always interchangeably used, but it is not the only cryptocurrency. Bitcoin has a definite supply. When the supply is fixed, so the price inflation, then you question, what is its inflation policy, what is the inflation measures. But there are other cryptos which do not have a fixed supply, it's an unlimited supply. So you need to be able to understand if you want to go and use one type of cryptocurrency, is it suitable for your use? And whether there is this crypto truly decentralized or centralized? Because as this space evolves, there are private coins as well. What does private coins mean? That it's controlled by a group of people and they can switch it off at any point of time as well. So these requires in-depth research, or at least understand from trusted sources of when somebody offers you a crypto. Cryptocurrency is the asset. How do you transport the asset? That's why this technology comes into play. Crypto is programmable money. How do you move programmable money? You move binary 1010. There's no physical form to it. You have to move it digitally. So if you want to move it digitally in a trusted manner, you use this technology called decentralized ledger technology. Blockchain is a type of distributed technology. Sorry, I'll repeat. Distributed ledger technology is not blockchain. Blockchain is a type of DLT, or distributed ledger technology. Those who have done computer science, I know a lot of my associates say this has been there since early 2000, but we're only using it now. So why only now? Because of adoption. As I said, when technology has advanced way beyond our times, but we need people to use it. We need the use for it. So in terms of this technology, the use is now. When you no longer want to trust a central authority, you no longer want to be dependent on a central authority, you want to have a trustless system when I can interact with trader A and I don't have to bypass so many intermediaries who have their own rules, their own systems, and it's too cumbersome. This technology enables that trustless transition of assets, moving the assets in a manner that it's transparent, immutable. Immutable means that during this transport of asset, transferring this asset, nobody can come in between and go behind the system and make any changes and tamper with it. That's what this technology is about. It's immutable and transparent. That's why blockchain, decentralized ledger technology, distributed ledger technology is gaining such traction and beauty by addressing these major pain points in the financial sector. So coming to DeFi, talked about the distribution was decentralized, the operative word decentralized, where you no longer have to be dependent on one person, one authority, one group of people who will hold the cards. And so then the world now says, okay, tell me more, because moving my money to get work done is such a hassle. Honestly, to move my money, I need more than what I have for the unbanked or the everyday people, the daily wage people, just to remit money from one country to another back home, where 50% of what their income goes just on remittance fees. So how can this technology improve this infrastructure efficiently? Basically, this adoption right now is just in a very nascent stage, because these are the early adopters. These are still the people who are doing the R&D, trying to put the puzzle together and seeing what is a good fit, for each use case. So if you have already read what's written there, the governments are coming in play and trying to optimize infrastructure. So various governments are coming into this space with the digital currency of central bank digital currency, issuing their own central bank issued currencies, and then seeing how the movement of this programmable money issued by their central bank can perform these payments like PVP, DVP, for the user, for the SMEs, for the traders. These are your cross-border transactions. How can you simplify it? How can you ensure that the end user gets what you intend to give? Simple problems that a normal businessman has. The moment even one word in that Swift message is wrong, the reversal is going to cost you 10%, 20%. So how can this technology, number one, eliminate or reduce that error significantly? Number two, how can it, of course, reduce the cost of error significantly? So this space has been gaining traction over the past 2 years thanks to COVID, where the world is forced to adopt visualization. And now that the governments are saying that, okay, looks like we can't derail away from it, we can't stop people from transacting peer-to-peer directly, then let's see how can we meet middle ground, how can we leverage on the technology and provide a safe method of transferring assets. That's when central bank digital currencies are coming into play of late and gaining a lot of traction, especially here in APAC region. This is a very simple representation of traditional finance, fintech, and DeFi. So these are the very technical jargons of how money is being issued through consensus. So it's peer-to-peer, right? So how do I acknowledge that the asset has been transferred when there's no intermediary to say that, yeah, you have transferred from A to B. So then that's when we call this term called consensus. Either some work is done or because I own something, therefore there's this proof and rewards are being given. Call them consensus algorithm. So we've got transferring money through transactions, borrowing, lending, exchanges. Early on I saw this word. So now when there's no central authority, how can we leverage on decentralized exchanges to exchange multiple tokens? Right now we have PancakeSwap, Uniswap on Binance Smart Chain, on Ethereum Uniswap. These are the pure DeFi exchanges where you can exchange these crypto tokens. But now, how is it relevant for businesses, for a business like you and me? How can we leverage in the DeFi services to be made useful for businesses? Now we will go a little bit in. So before that, let me make a relation DeFi to traditional finance so that it will make some sense for you. Starting from the bottom, issuance. When you, in traditional finance, you've got the banks or the intermediary banks to do your RTGS and your clearance. So whereas in the DeFi space, when these guys are no longer in the picture, you've got the public blockchain. Ethereum blockchain is public, the network is there. So you've got to open a wallet, get a token, and then get the asset that's relevant to the blockchain and start trading. So the asset is the layer where you do the transfer of asset. Settlements layer is done on the blockchain where the network is provided for you. When I transfer to you, then it's logged in the ledger and say, okay, person A has given to person B, we record it on the ledger. So that is when you make parallel comparison to traditional finance. Then you've got on top of that, so you've got that, the base of the cake sorted out that has been happening for years. So then you realize, okay, fine, so we can move money, now what next? In traditional finance, you've got licensed institutions to provide many banking facilities like a lending borrowing. Likewise here, you've got these tokens now. Then person A says, okay, I've got 100 Ethereum or 100 cryptos. How can I leverage on this, collateralize on this, and lend and earn interest on it? So that's when different projects, different protocols, they come into play by offering different facilities, bank-like facilities to collateralize on your crypto assets and offer lending derivatives. Like now we see this whole gameplay of ETFs, and also like IDG, we have asset management where you come onto our ecosystem and we give you a solution to manage all your various tokens. So this is at the protocol level on the DeFi space, and we make similar comparison to the licensed institution. It's similar. So it's It's not a whole new different alien space. It's in traditional finance, what the building blocks are being built in the DeFi space in a very similar manner. So applications just like your digital banking, you've got the app platform to provide all these services, a one-stop view, this interface where as a user, as a consumer, you can go and perform or utilize the services. And then of course, the top tier is the aggregator. As an economy, how can you have a one-stop place where you can have visibility of all the various similar assets being offered in one vertical, and how can you do comparison? That's when customization comes into play, where that's a huge, I would say this is a huge opportunity for many businesses, where you can, once you consider going to adopting digitalization, adopting in a relevant way of blockchain technology, how can you jump into the bandwagon of these applications so that they can aggregate all similar services and offer to their ecosystem of providers? So this is something where, although it's at the top layer, it's where all the people are. So you categorize it. It's like going into a supermarket and say, okay, service A, all these is here. Service B is all is there. So like that's how the top layer of the DeFi space is, and where you are the closest, the first touch point to the end users. So there you have it. If you've always wondered what is this DeFi, this Lego, this building blocks, that's DeFi. With the foundation, the infrastructure that's very similar to traditional finance and being built on top to provide more services, reaching the people in the way they are able to use it easily and to customize to their individual preferences. So decentralized finance and centralized finance. As you can see here, this is a very short, a very simple visual of to represent the differences. One of the major differences of centralized finance and decentralized finance is not digitalization. Both is digital. The major difference is the KYC element. Decentralized finance allows you to be private, allows you to withhold your information about who you are, because you don't, like for example, you are transacting directly on Ethereum blockchain. Ethereum network does not want to know who are you. It does not want to know that I'm Nisha Rehana. It does not want to know where am I from or my utility bill. All I have to have is my wallet address, and then the other person, if Pak Shoaib has another wallet, we just transact via our wallet addresses. It's nothing, I would never know if it's really Pak Shoaib or somebody else. So that's the difference between centralized finance and decentralized finance. The ability to stay private, and also when that's the case, cost is reduced as well. Not just privacy, cost is reduced, the speed is reduced, because usually when you do onboarding, KYC, it is a very long and thorough process. Of course, in many instances, many other situations, it is necessary to have this model. But in other terms, DeFi also gives its own benefits as well. So beyond centralized finance and decentralized finance, we also try to pick the best of the both and optimize it further and present, we call it HIFI, hybrid finance. Hybrid finance is taking the best of the stability of centralized finance and also the efficiency of decentralized finance, of streamlining the entire process and presenting hybrid finance. Like the digital yen, it is not a fully decentralized digital currency. It has two tiers, and that is a perfect example or use case of HIFI system, a HIFI digital currency system. I will not go into detail of HIFI because once again, with limited time, it's just a quick summary. And as I mentioned, CFI and DeFi, the main differences is the KYC, being the ability to be private and not need to reveal the identity. So I have gone in detail about this. I will not go in detail, but how it happened is basically technology improved with processes, with distribution. That's how fintech waves happened, and DeFi happened further from the fintech evolution because, once again, privacy, decentralization, wrapping tokens to give giving lesser risk, taking lesser risk on the volatility element of it. This is one use case of wealth management, how we did it for IBG, where we leveraged on the fractional ownership of crypto. Instead of holding a whole BTC, how you can own part of it, part of a crypto, and how you can leverage on various blockchains. In traditional finance, if a particular asset can only be traded in USD, if you want, you only have Indonesian rupiah, you've got to do the conversion. Right? So how do you do it? That's when you integrate via different channels. So that's what we did, and we added a few layers of automation where we do that all these conversions in the backend, so that the user does not need too many multiple currencies with whatever they have. We do the conversion in the end, and using technology, we do this automated rebalancing and understanding the user and their risk appetite and offering to them what's suitable for them. Likewise, for other services, it just goes on. When you break it down on your own, the reason why I'm giving different examples is that when you sit down and think about what service offering you are offering to your customers, or what are you being offered, you can break it down in this element. What is the digitalization element of your business that you would like to keep, or your stakeholders and you have in common that you think can bring on to the next stage of digital transformation? Because that is a transportation layer, correct? So we have to identify what is suitable for that road. When technology is that road, what is a suitable vehicle? So what type of vehicle? So in this sense, you have to decide or make a inference what is common in your ecosystem with your stakeholders. How can you leverage on digital transformation and make it easier for you and your stakeholders? And then how can you reinvent it or use what is being reinvented out there to meet the needs and demands of your business and your stakeholders as well, so that everybody is in a beneficial state. This is DeFi, pure decentralized finance. I will not go too in-depth to it, but then if you can see the pictures there, that's Uniswap and PancakeSwap. When you Google Uniswap, PancakeSwap, so that's SushiSwap, sorry. So these are the decentralized exchanges where they mimic the exchanges, the traditional exchanges of the securities and all the different derivatives. So this is when you can exchange the various tokens, and also this then levels a playing field. This platform then levels a playing field of the way we transact with one another in terms of financing. For a project or for a business, if you want to accept financing from the public, you have to go through a lot of regulations. You've got to reach through the IPO stage. Decentralized exchange basically means that you can have the IPO element on day one. On day one, where you go to the masses, you go to the community, you tell your story, and you say, okay, this is my token, this is a representation of my business, and this is a perceived value, and therefore please go to this exchange where it is not tied to any bank or any intermediary. Based on your understanding of my project, you can purchase your tokens there, or you swap for whatever you have with you. So this is how it has re-imaged banking systems or the financial systems in a peer-to-peer manner, where the community has access and the right to choose where they want to finance, how they want to finance, And as a business, how do I seek financing for my businesses? So now you have what's very popular called NFTs. It is a big game changer, not only for artists, not only for gamers, but for all the freelancers on creative work, to go to the masses, to the community directly, not needing an intermediary or a central authority to say that, okay, I have this is mine, and this is a representation of my work, my IP, and you can go on this public network and purchase it, or have the rights to it, or resell it from me. So this is what DeFi enables you to do, where you just go direct to the marketplace and exchange your tokens. What can DeFi do for businesses? I know it has been very content-rich and very intense in terms of the way I've brought in finance, technology, and how DeFi has changed the game in many financial services. Now, putting both the puzzles together, digitalization and digital processes, how can you use that to reduce the cost per transaction, reduce the cost of financing, and through that, make yourself more competitive. Reach out, like I mentioned earlier, business expansion, where your investors and stakeholders can now have better access to you. How can you leverage on automation and the use of emerging technology to solve pain points like, distrust issues, like the source of origin? How do I validate your quality? How do I validate your source of origin? For Indonesian businesses in textiles, in trade, in plantation, how do I validate that this is mine, and the source and the origin and the quality is as what it is stated? It is not manipulated. Neither am I being shortchanged, because I don't have any way to prove that it's organic, or it's what I say it is. How can we use a distributed ledger to give absolute clarity that the ownership is mine? To tell, instead of going through so many layers of law to prove to each one that yes, this is mine. This land is owned by me. Instead of going to 5 different state courts and trying to prove to 5 different people that this is mine, how can this technology give proof that, yeah, I own this land and it's there, it cannot be changed, and everybody accepts it because it's in the public network? So for digitalization and digital processes, programmable money. When it comes to infrastructure, we cannot run away from the government's support and the government providing the infrastructure. So we see in Singapore, Project Ubin has done multiple phases of doing this experimentation of using blockchain technology, programmable money, to improving these payments, DVP, PVP, and improving the payment infrastructure, making it fast and efficient, especially for APAC region, trying to reduce the cost of cross-border payments. The pain is just immense, not only for big businesses, but even more for smaller businesses. So this programmable money, when it comes to payment methods, this is very much dependent of central bank digital currencies and central bank issued digital currencies. If we want to use crypto at this point of time, that's where the speakers early on said that, okay, it's your ecosystem and your stakeholders that have to come together and decide, okay, I will accept in stablecoin, you can pay me in stablecoin, it does not have to be here. Then it's a game changer, an intermediary game changer, where you and your stakeholders come to consensus that now mode of payment is via this particular crypto, which in the West, the Westerners are adopting it quite rapidly, and we see many use cases of it as well. This is something very much closer to home and very much closer to small micro entrepreneurs where they have just one livestock, and that livestock is going to feed their family of 6. If they have perfectly looked after their livestock, how do you track the entire supply chain to ensure that, to create that trust that my cow is well fed, well taken care of, and then this owner goes to a lender and said, please loan me some money so that I can get some produce out of my livestock, and then repay you. These use cases have been used in countries like Bangladesh and other emerging countries as well, where we call this the chattel value chain, where we use IoTs to track the livestock, the soil, and use apps to monitor this entire process, so that insurers are able to trace the quality and the origin. And in that process, of course, financing comes into play, and much easier. You can get a better margin in financing, and therefore these livestock owners, these farmers, then have a huge relief in financing and going to their day-to-day lives and getting these produced and eventually reaping the benefits out of it. So for me, I find that staying in this ecosystem, when we enable this end-to-end for the most unbanked, and technology can solve this, it's then I decided, okay, this is it. This is our end goal. If this technology can achieve it, let's see how we can tick off each box, enable each step of the way, so that the entire ecosystem will align itself, so that the cattle farmer is able to get that micro loan and go on with day-to-day life. So technology is enabling this because of the immutability of these transactions. When the technology is transferring data from one point to another point, remember, you can't change it, you cannot tamper it. So the entire ecosystem, the entire supply chain comes to consensus. Okay, because we are on this technology, we are trusting the technology. When it moves down the supply chain, person A trusts person B trusts person C, and there's no central authority that everybody goes back to. And therefore, then it becomes, I think it becomes a perfect world, or attempt of a perfect world for the simplest of people, that actually empower everybody's the urban people's day-to-day lives. I think this is one of the biggest pain point of archipelago like Indonesia, where you just don't know how to prove your land ownership. Once again, the answer is the technology. When the technology is distributed, when the network is something that it cannot be tampered with, then not only do you have a contract that is trustless, you can reduce so much of cost to ensure that the ownership is yours, to prove the ownership is yours. Let me explain further. In traditional contracts, each contract, I understand in Indonesia, you've got to go to multiple courts, state courts, to prove the ownership. So this is in an ideal world scenario, 1 to 3 days. But if it's 1 week, then if you've got 10 contracts to prove. But smart contracts is digital. It's just a matter of minutes. And remittances are automated, digitalized, because there's no central authority, there's no escrow needed. Everything is streamlined process. You don't go into bank A or statutory board A, come out, go to bank B. Therefore, cost is also significantly reduced. And when everything is digitized, let me repeat, it's not just the digitalization. The way the process is streamlined and the trust is created, then everybody's in consensus, okay, I trust this paper. I trust this digital paper. And then everybody come in a straight line and say, we are accepting this. How can businesses adopt this? Is that when you adopt one infrastructure and your stakeholders all on board and say, let's use this infrastructure. Yes, or simply the public blockchains. Let's write our smart contracts on these public blockchains because it's immutable. Let's trust it, and then the ownership, not just houses, but whatever that needs that validation of ownership. It's significantly streamlined. The process is streamlined, and also it just improves way of life. Imagine, it's a single person, a vulnerable person trying to prove the ownership of a family home and not able to, because there's not enough finances, prove that the home belongs to them. If this technology can enable that, why not? Not only as a business owner, but also see it as an opportunity. If you are a technologist, or if you understand the end-to-end process of how the traditional way of proving ownership happens in the country, if you can work with the technologies to enable that in the digital format, that is a business opportunity. Then you've got to then think, okay, can my business expand on digital transformation to offer these services? So you can think in those ways. So I guess that's about it. I think I just want to give a special mention to Professor Lee, David Lee from Singapore University of Social Sciences. He's been my mentor, done a lot of researches with him, and also Dr. Vin, my co-founder and also a mentor, and my entire team for helping me to put this masterclass together. And I open the floor for questions. Yes, Pak Shoaib, are you there? I feel very alone. I don't hear your voice.
Very much, Anisha. That was very enlightening. I think your masterclass kind of opened up many minds in terms of what decentralized finance is. In fact, even for me, I got a better understanding of how it works and what it is. I'd like to now invite, unfortunately, Dr. Vin cannot join us. He's held up somewhere, I think in Dubai. Yeah. But I've invited my co-founder, Nalin Singh, who has a lot of experience in startups, funding, and also he's the co-founder and CEO of Orbit Future Academy, which is an education platform. So Nalin, welcome.
Thank you, Shoaib.
So we'll get a discussion going now, Anisha. That was very interesting. There is one question from the audience in terms of, can crypto go beyond, can decentralized finance go beyond crypto?
Yes. So like I mentioned earlier on, let me emphasize again, the operative word is decentralization, the technology, the way asset is being transferred. Crypto is a form of asset, digital asset, right? A form of money. So like Project Ubin, it emphasizes on the use of the technology, blockchain technology, distributed ledger technology to optimize and improve these processes and services, and does not focus on the asset, crypto assets or cryptocurrency. So there's two parts of it. So definitely you can use the leverage on the infrastructure to improve and optimize distribution and how you distribute assets. And the assets still can remain electronic assets or digital assets, need not be cryptos as well. So that's what digital yen, if you look deeper into digital yen, that's what they do. They leverage on the technology, whereas the currency is not a cryptocurrency.
Nalin, you've been involved in the startup space for a long time. In fact, you've run what do you call them, Shark Tanks. How do you see the startup ecosystem being impacted by decentralized finance?
Thanks, Shoaib. Thanks, Anisha. I think that was very insightful. For a person of my age, as you can make out from the color of my hair or the lack of it, it was very different. The only token I know in the banking system is the one I got as a child when I went to withdraw money from the branch for the cashier token. So it was interesting to know this. I will come to what Shoaib mentioned on the startup space. But just in general, when three of the largest countries in this region, China, India, and Indonesia, are grappling with this fairly new technology, right? 2009 is when crypto really came into being. And large parts of the population are digitally illiterate, financially illiterate, are struggling with food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, and education. Is this a rich man's game? Is this a rich country's fancy? Or is it real? Any thoughts on that, Anisha?
No, it's not a rich man's game. That's my belief, but the market is still very nascent, that it's not optimizing the reach, the outreach to the common man. That's the answer. So like I mentioned in my masterclass, that's where the opportunities are still the gaps are there. So therefore, I will echo and repeat what the earlier speaker said. Empower yourself with the knowledge. Keep looking out for more opportunities to enable the everyday man. So because this space still needs a lot of laborers to enable this access to actually achieve the real financial inclusivity. We need more talents, more infrastructure, and more enablers. So that's why the perception is there that it's still for the rich man. But no, it's still we have not reached the end goal yet.
Fair enough. And I'm very keen to ask another question. I have a 24-year-old son, all enamored by cryptocurrency, so I have to ask this. He's one of those modern Robin Hood investors. Indonesia, with a stock exchange decades and decades old, has only 5.3 million stock market active traders and active investors. But crypto, it has 6.5 million investors. With the level of financial literacy and digital literacy, do you think they're on to something where, I mean, every technology, everything goes through a boom and bust cycle? Is there some need for caution or pause for the frenzy we are seeing?
It's not. I would say I'll go back to what I explained earlier on. It's not a frenzy, but it is a change and repositioning on where the people are, the consumer behavior. So when you see your traditional landscape, what are the blockers? What are the blockers? Maybe these blockers are being addressed by cryptocurrency. Number one, very first touch point is reaching to the end user. It's much easier and much leaner in crypto. And number two, in terms of the quantum, it's much lower. So therefore, the point of entry, or we call it the lowering the barrier of entry, is so much lower. So instead of seeing it as a blocker, now once again, I always like to go back to opportunities and gaps. This experimental stage may stay, may improve, but if we want to make a difference in everybody's lives, or end this frenzy, make it a norm, how can we leverage on this technology that is being accepted, which is gaining so much of acceptance and adoption, and see what we have, the traditional assets, and move it into this space? For example, I think gaming is one of the easiest examples. I was speaking to an avid gamer. He was telling me that in his younger times in Counter-Strike, they buy and sell skins. So NFTs and gaming became something that was intuitive, because he didn't have to understand the technology. It was still the same way of life. It's just that the technology behind changed. Okay, everything well and good, but it has improved for me my end usage. So now, how can we, taking a step back, these traditional assets, how can we leverage on this intuitiveness of the millennials and their behavior and restructure the offering to improve this adoption and for this existing assets?
See, one of the things that in the financial world and a new technology always struggles with is trust. And taking that narrow vertical of cryptocurrency, if I lose money in a bank and bank goes under, the government tends to step in and provide some guarantees. Now, most of these cryptocurrency companies are registered in not so credible countries. They work dubiously across borders as if there are no borders. And when there is a bust, like the city I come from, Bangalore, has just seen a $15 billion scam on Bitcoins, right? What happens to the investors? Do they just write it off, or is there a mechanism, or what?
Cryptocurrency is no magic wand. That's what I would like to force upon everybody. I would like to strongly send this message. Cryptocurrency is no magic wand. Do your research. If you want to engage in an intermediary, remember, cryptocurrency is a peer-to-peer transfer. Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer transfer. If you are trusting the intermediary, then you need to do the research on the intermediary, whether that person is trusted, whether the intermediary is trusted. So it's not the technology or the asset, it's the intermediary who's making use of this opportunity and this frenzy and this hype and trying to monetize on it that is the bad actor. Then you have to do your research on them and then weigh your risk. So there are two elements to it in this whole cycle, all this transaction. As a person, how much risk do I want to take by engaging this intermediary? Number two, how much do I know about this intermediary that is offering me this asset? So certain level of education is needed. Not every country is as fortunate as a well-structured country with very strict laws like in Singapore. But to other crypto investors, do your research. And if you are going to, this is when I said sci-fi and DeFi. Sci-fi is using an intermediary, a centralized authority, exchange, who's going to hold the asset for you. Do your research about them. See how credible they are before you put your money down.
That's a fair point. So a lot of startups I work with are working in the crypto space, or various aspects, not just exchanges, but in the legal space, in the accounting space, in the healthcare space. What, to your mind, are the hottest areas? Or let's leave aside cryptocurrency for a moment. I think I've beaten that to death. But what are the other areas that you see that is seeing action from your end of the market?
I think in supply chain is the low-hanging fruit. And regardless of business, the first touch point is invoicing, because the heartbeat of any business, any trade is the invoice, is that paper to say that I transacted with you. Then how do you trust that invoice? Can you put this paper on the technology that assures you this immutability? If you can do that, that's the first touch point. So if you can push this paper up into that network where everybody trusts, then the accountant's job becomes very easy. When the accountant's job becomes very easy, because it's immutable, then the financer is more convinced that the accountant did his job. When the financer is convinced, the auditors are convinced, then the tax collectors are convinced. So it's a domino effect. So when you backtrack, I would pin it on invoicing, the first touch point of any business. Put that on a blockchain and get your entire ecosystem to accept. That's a game changer.
Sure. I see a lot of companies in that space. One of the things that I find interesting is that there's a lot of investors putting money behind blockchain, right? A whole host of VCs, PE funds, angel investors, etc. But they put cash. Why don't they pay in crypto? Why don't they use blockchain? Why doesn't a startup entrepreneur accept crypto as a valid form of investment and give equity return?
To answer that, then we've got to ask about the availability of the payment infrastructure, the availability of the network. So the entire ecosystem, all the stakeholders, the regulators have to come into play as well. If the regulators say, okay, this part of your business, you can do the sandbox, you can work around the sandbox. Why not? It's not the end user, but where why are we not achieving that? Is it the infrastructure? Is it because of regulation? Or is it, why is the non-acceptance? What is the aversion? Because when you're saying cash and tokens, it's easier to vouch for tokens, right? Because it's digital. Be it the VCs, the investors, and or the recipients, that is ideally preferable. So what is stopping that? Number one, is this users' reach to crypto tokens, digital tokens, being hampered by the regulators? So then, that's something beyond our control, right?
So that brings me to you, the entrepreneur. You have done a fantastic job setting up your company, and it's commendable the way you have grown and the kind of credibility your company enjoys for its products. When you as a group of entrepreneurial founders look at potential risks to your business, what would they be? Is regulatory one of them? Because the bad apples and bad actors also spoil it for the others, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are the kind of risks that a company in the blockchain space should assess largely?
It is like building a house. Building a business is like building a house. And I always say, Facebook started in the garage. So, once again, no, there's no magic wand in this business as well. Having the foundation laid based on the fundamental pillars is very important. IDG is part of a bigger consortium that firmly believes in being compliant and being regulation ready. And therefore, when we build our ecosystem and the architecture to all our designs, we have plug and play modes. So that in the case that regulations come into play, we are ready. So compliance is a very important fundamental in our ecosystem building. And not only that, that's one, being compliant ready, being asset light, being infrastructure light. The other important thing is that being agile. Our ecosystem is following a platform strategy. So it's about, as an entrepreneur, what strategy you want to use to be agile and be flexible enough to be able to adapt and change quickly to the changing ecosystem, especially in the space like fintech and crypto. So therefore, when everything built on top is so dynamic and variable, what can you have solid and fixed? It's the foundation. So be prepared in the foundation level for everything. So we are compliant ready, and we make sure that in our ecosystem, we give a lot of importance to being ready for that compliance and being able to adopt when it comes.
So among, say, if I pick three: regulation, talent, and access to technology, what would be the most difficult one that would keep you up at night?
Talent.
No, talent, yeah.
Talent. I would say talent.
Good time for you, Shoaib, to come back and take over.
No, thank you for that, Nalin. It's great to have you on board and to ask those hard questions. I think what Nalin has brought up is very, very critical in terms of trust, yeah, because this is a whole new world. It's kind of still emerging and evolving and growing, and we can see the future. But it's like looking into a glass ball, right? You can see it, but do you really believe that it's going to happen? We had a .com boom, Nalin, when you talked about investment risk. Everybody was rushing into .coms and it went bust, and lots of people lost money. So I think the key really is, if you are if you're an individual who has a certain amount of money or a limited amount of money and you want to play the cryptos, I think then you have to be aware of the risk. It's just like investing in stocks. A company can go bust, and the stock exchange is not going to return the money to you. It was your decision to invest in that stock exchange, in that company. I think in terms of the foundation, Anisha, we talk about the foundation and like that. Is the foundation the blockchain? And how is it, let's say for a company let's say take Indonesia's perspective, right? I am a farmer in Central Java. Is it easy for me to get onto the blockchain?
It's about the service provider, how he provides the service and the entire ecosystem. The farmer is the end user, right? So you have the entire ecosystem. we come back to who's the first touch point? Is the service provider. How does the farmer access the interface? Remember just now I showed you the building blocks. So then what is the foundation layer? So we've got the technology. Okay, yeah. We agree on using one form of technology that everybody trusts, the blockchain technology. And then on top, how now do we transact in the technology? What interface? And then all these service providers, what variable do they need to track in order to provide the farmer the service? So there are multiple elements to this. Technology, like you said, is just a foundation layer, and which blockchain to use depend on their various variables. Like we have different type of blockchains, private blockchain, public blockchain, hybrid blockchain. It all depends on the use. So for example, one of our associates, they use a private blockchain so that they can provide even cheaper transaction costs, because Ethereum, is dependent on the public network's traffic, which determines the transaction cost. So as a private blockchain, they can determine the cost at their ecosystem level. So then if it's private, the word private does mean that then there's one person who is or one body that's governing that blockchain. How can we solve that problem of having no central authority behind? So we call this the roll-up network, where they piggyback onto Ethereum on a fixed schedule, like we call them blocks. So after every 12 blocks or 20 blocks, they record all the transaction that happens on their private blockchain on the public ledger. So that is a hybrid blockchain, or we call that a roll-up. So basically, technology, the type of blockchain we use is based on what use case is needed. So it's just like any business and technology. Like you cannot ask me what is best. It's about the entire ecosystem, the costs that come into play, how fast you want it, how the users can access it.
Okay. I think we're coming to the conclusion of our session. Thank you so much, Anisha, for your masterclass, and Nalin for joining in and asking those interesting hard questions, which I think are very valid questions in terms of how we view blockchain and especially decentralized finance. So Anisha, thank you so much. Any closing thoughts or any closing messages that you want to get out to our audience?
Yeah, I hope it's not cliche, but I think it's very important. They say, Spider-Man says, great power comes with great responsibility. Blockchain technology, decentralized ledger technology is a very powerful technology. So you need to equip yourself with the knowledge and the awareness before you use it. If not, then you've got to seek a trusted party before you use the technology. So be it for transfer of assets or for businesses as well. So I guess the word is trust, but then also awareness and understanding is equally important. That's it.
I think throughout the morning, we really talked about a lot of this, the digital world, and one of the key issues is education. I think the need to educate the market and the people is very critical, and hopefully we have achieved some of that this morning. So again, thank you for your masterclass, Anisha, and we hope to engage with IBG more seriously down the road.
Yes, see you hopefully in Jakarta.
Yes.
And we will do more awareness and more education in this space, in this beautiful space, and achieve our ultimate end goal of financial inclusivity. Thank you so much, Pak Shoaib. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Nalin, for joining in. And we'll be coming back to you soon in about 5 minutes.
Yes.
So stay with us. We have a very interesting session coming up on Industry 4.0, with Intel and a number of very strong speakers on exactly how Industry 4.0 is going to shape our lives in the coming decade. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi, Shoaib. We can't see you.
Hello and welcome back to this afternoon session, IoT for Industry 4.0. This morning we've talked a lot about the digital economy, especially on cryptocurrencies, blockchain. Now we're going to go more into how Industry 4.0 actually is going to impact companies as well as major infrastructure projects. We are very keen and very privileged to have Intel as our partner for this session, and we will hopefully get a very in-depth discussion on smart cities and many other new technologies that will be impacting us. I would now like to invite Mr. Nalin Singh, co-founder and CEO of Orbit Future Academy, who will be the moderator and your host for this session. Nalin?
Thank you, Shoaib. Very happy to be here. I was following some of the earlier sessions in the morning, and they were absolutely brilliant. This session is on IoT. I'll give a brief background. IoT is everywhere. It surrounds us from the moment we get out of bed. There are all kinds of applications. Some are cute, some are at home, some are in office, some are in a car. But Industry 4.0 takes the emphasis on digital technology from the recent past decades to a whole new level with the help of interconnectivity through IoT access to real-time data, introduction of cyber-physical systems. All of this has taken it to a whole new level. Interestingly, if you look at the stats, they could be scary as well as point to an opportunity. In 2021, there are more than 10 billion active IoT devices. The average American household has 50 connected devices. By 2030, we would have grown 2.5 times to 25.4 billion IoT devices in the world. And 152,000 IoT devices connect to the internet every minute. Now, the economic value is huge, $4 to $7 trillion by 2025. And companies and corporations and industry is continuously adopting it, mostly for the reasons of efficiency. 83% of surveyed organizations say they have improved efficiency by introducing IoT. The IoT spend itself in 6 years going up to 2025 is about $15 trillion. The data generated is a mind-boggling 73 billion zettabytes. Most companies adopt IoT for cost reduction, 54%, and then for increasing revenue, 35%, and smaller percentage of 24% for increased security. But what is relevant to our topic today and to our first speaker is that the top 600 smart cities in the world by 2025 will account for 60% of global GDP. Think about it. 60% of the global GDP will come from this 100 centers of dense economic activity. But it doesn't come without its dangers as well. A typical IoT device within 5 minutes of being connected to the internet is hacked or targeted. Consumers are worried about losing their civil rights and privacy. And more than half the businesses admit that they are unable to detect IoT security breaches in the networks. Now, I am lucky. I don't have to figure all this out on my own. To help me figure all this out are three illustrious and accomplished panelists that I have today for us. I have Wai Young Yu, who is the segment marketing manager at Intel Corporation and knows more about smart cities than anybody else, transportation, smart cities, etc. I have Alfian Manula, Vice President, Internet of Things from Telecomcell, who has worked in the IoT sector for a long, long time, probably one of the pioneers, and in the R&D space that Telecomcell has, he is very active there as well. Last but not the least, we have a voice from the government, a very progressive government, I must say, as I have observed Indonesia closely over the last few years. Pak Heru Kustanto, he is the head of Center for Optimization of Technology Utilization, Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia. How we are going to do this panel discussion is, I'm going to first have a presentation by Intel, have Pak Yao present a complete view of what Intel is doing in this space, and then have the other panelists present their view, and then take it through a Q&A and a fireside chat with each of the panelists. Over to you, Pak Yao, if you can give us your view on this subject of what's happening in the IoT space from Intel's point of view.
Thank you, Pak Nalin. So I hope everyone can hear me clearly. So I'm sharing my presentation right now. So thank you for the organizer to provide this opportunity, a great opportunity for Intel and for me to share. So I'm Yao. I'm the segment marketing manager for the Intel Internet of Things group. And my team focuses on smart cities and transportation. So let us begin. So on the smart cities side, this is a overall presentation, as you can see from here, is that this actually showcases the global cities and transportation landscape. Let us begin by talking about the number of mega cities. These are huge cities with 33 mega cities in the world, 4,000 cities and 2.5 million towns. And all of these cities are actually connected via the transportation mode. So the modes of transportation there is roughly around 25,000 airplanes that is flying around the world. Heavy and light commercial vehicles or the trucks, there is close to 250 millions of them. For buses that carrying citizens and passengers around, there is 17 million. Passenger cars, those are cars that you and I are driving, 1.4 billion. We are not surprised that the cars are actually huge, right? Looking at the different cities and the traffic conditions, or should I call it the traffic congestions scenarios that we are having. We have over 50,000 merchant ships and 1.38 million kilometers of railways. So for Intel, this is a global landscape view of how people connect to each other physically. And with this, I would like to go into the next presentation. As you can see here. Here, see is that we know that we have by our own experience, that there are a massive global urbanization going on right now. with the COVID situation, there are some open discussions about the need of urbanization. But from Intel perspective, our core belief is that when the economy starts recovering from the pandemic, as the economy starts to open up, people will want to move to the urban areas and continue the trend of urbanization. There are many other considerations for the urban area design after the pandemic, but nonetheless, we believe the trend of urbanization will continue. There are two main key drivers and growth for the transportation market. Having said that, the first one would be the growth of the cities and also the growth of the needs to ship the items from one place to another. While the cities are growing at the unprecedented level, so in 10 years from now, roughly in 2030, there will be 600 cities with more than 1 million people, and there will be 41 mega cities. These are cities with more than 10 million people. So the citizens will need to move from one side to the other side of the city. They need things that are usually imported from outside of their cities, and therefore the needs for urban mobility will grow 2.6 times by the year of 2050. So from all this data, what we can see is that we can see today with the boom of e-commerce and with this realized during the pandemic session, right? The pressures on the fleet owners, the pressure on the transportation systems become more and more. And they are turning into intelligent transportation systems in the vehicles, in the infrastructures to solve their problem. We believe strongly that technologies will be a significant part to solve these issues. By looking into this, Intel, we did a studies to understand the benefits of smart cities and transportations to the citizens. The approach that we are taking is, how does it impact directly to the end user or to the citizens itself? One of the ways to measure the impact would be understanding how much time it actually gives back to the citizens. Say, for example, on the left, you can see that for transportation, if we do it right, if the projects are able to address all the challenges, we are giving back roughly around 59.5, close to 60 hours per year to each of the citizens. From a global perspective, you can envision that these are actually providing back productive hours to the end user, to the citizens, so that they can do this to generate more to the economy, or they can also spend quality time for their own and with their families. Similarly, if you look at the different like public safety and critical infrastructures with machine learning, like predicting and also identifying where the actual security areas are, sustainability as well, as we are talking about environment sustainabilities. So on the right, you are able to see all these different use cases where the blue boxes are the one that is related to public safety and critical infrastructures, and the yellow ones are actually related to transportation. So here actually provides you an overview of all the different use cases that you can see from a smart cities and transportation perspective, which will be directly impacting the citizens. And if we do it correctly, it will actually provide additional hours, giving it back to the citizens. With that, the Intel team go in and we have an approach to look at the 5 different areas that we are seeing here. So the first one would be, you are able to see that there is a slight issues on my presentation here. Sorry about this. Let me quickly open up my presentation again. Sorry about the technical issue just now, so I would like to continue. These are the 5 areas that our team are looking at. The first one would be the road infrastructures. These are the areas whereby we are able to implement the traffic monitoring systems, smart parking and tolling, 5G related wireless services that enable these infrastructures, electronic vehicle charging stations, and other advanced use cases. On the airports, these are the customers' experience technologies that you are able to enable to ensure that the customers have the right experience when they are traveling in the airport. On the railway side, these are the technologies to ensure that you are able to provide Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and also networking related technologies to ensure that those that are traveling using railways, they are able to benefit from it. Fleet managements are the technologies to improve the fleets. It can be the trucks that are carrying goods and cargo management to track where the vehicles are, where your assets is, and doing predictive maintenance and enabling the solutions to provide AIs and analytics. Maritimes are the main areas of smart ships and smart ports, right? Whereby they are using the infrastructures and assets to achieve operation savings. So all of these different key segments, they have common teams and Intel technologies that you are able to assist in it. In today's session, I may not able to go through each and every use case within the 5 key segments, but let me use the next time, this current time here to highlight to you on a road infrastructures. So these are the different areas within the road infrastructure. The left-hand side, these are the able to see whereby the intelligent traffic management, the smart parking and tolling, the edge service to provide to the end user, citizens, and also the different system integrators. From a 5G wireless perspective, there is the public or the private networks to enable that, and also the electric vehicle charging to riding on top of the trend of the new EVs, electric vehicle deployment. On the right-hand side, those are more advanced use cases, which we believe that with the proper implementation, we are able to provide features like road conditioning, monitoring, and maintenance. The smart twin technologies and other technologies like the emergency response, whereby the emergency response team like the police, the ambulances, the fire trucks will be able to leverage all these IoT systems and connectivities to talk to the infrastructures and to ensure that our traffic is actually able to flow through smoothly. With that, from an Intel perspective, we have a data-centric approach. Our data-centric approach is that we are driving an open data platform to ensure that the intelligence can be implemented from the edge. The edge here will be referring to a traffic intersection, the railway stations, the smart ports itself, and also driving that information back to the cloud. There is a competitive advantage by working together with Intel and our ecosystem partners on proven solutions and built on top of the IoT related technologies.
The third one would be the edge workload convergence. We are able to derive by leveraging the edge compute and edge artificial intelligence to ensure that for those critical workloads that you need to perform very efficiently and in a very fast turnaround time, it is actually performed at the edge. So with this, we have three main areas that we are calling upon. The first one would be the artificial intelligence, all the different analytics that you apply and run on top of it, and to provide you insights. The compute units are able to provide you insights by analyzing the situation from the different sensors, from your video cameras, from other sorts of inputs. And then the edge is powerful enough for it to compute that and then send it back. 5G and other network connectivities are critical to ensure that every information and data from the edge are actually compute and sending it back to the cloud. Intel, we are helping the smart cities and intelligent transportation systems to put the data into the work and to ensure that from the edge to the cloud, we have an end-to-end solution. Our smart city vision is that we are able to offer multiple concrete economic, social, and environmental benefits to the citizens, and to include this so that the citizens are able to benefit from it. So on the bottom, you are able to see that we are looking at this from the sensors and edge compute, going through the wireless communication technologies, through the network itself, and then transmitting it through the core network to the right-hand side where the cloud and the analytics side. And all this information through artificial intelligence and the different autonomy or the autonomous actual implementation, then we are able to provide the benefits as highlighted on the different use cases above. On the left-hand side, we work closely with our ecosystem partners and also the city councils to ensure that from Intel perspective, we are providing solutions that are aligning to the policies, we are collaborating to ensure the governance, and then we are also helping out with our partners to ensure that the projects are able to be deployed. Into this, so where does Intel comes in on all of this? So from the left-hand side here, these are all the Internet of Things. For examples, in the road intersections, this is where the roadside units, all the equipments that are deployed by the roads. These are the equipments that you place in your smart parking. These are the equipments or these are the IoT devices that you put into your electronic toll systems. These are the devices that you put into your fleet to able to ensure that your fleet are being managed optimally. And then with that, we will have an intelligent edge to enable the edge computing. From there, we are able to do the core network and the back-end cloud. So the artificial intelligence, the 5Gs are the major accelerators to ensure that the edge computing are able to realize the different use cases that I mentioned earlier on the smart cities and transportation. From Intel perspective, we are looking into an end-to-end portfolio. The end-to-end here referring to, we are looking into the perspective of performance. Intel are able to provide a high performance, entry-level performance, so you are able to scale between the requirements need of your performance. From a security mindset, Intel built in a security mindset at every layer, at the hardware layer, at the software layer. We have the security development lifecycle mindsets to ensure that all our product development have a security in mind, that we are able to ensure that our ecosystem partner, our OEMs that build software vendors that build software solutions are able to leverage those security elements. the scalability, whereby we have the different product lines from the entry-level Atom-based to a mid-level core-based to a high-end server-class Xeon-based, together with acceleration like the Movidius on the hardware side are able to scale across the different scalability. And all our Intel-based products are built with reliability in mind. We also have other software capabilities like OpenVINO. Here would be the artificial intelligence software stacks that you are able to do inferencing on top of it. Let me give you a few examples of where we have deployment and showcase. So the first one would be on the US, whereby the traffic management, Cubic and GridSmart, they deployed optimized traffic signals. And then with that deployment in Phoenix, Arizona, you are able to see that the traffic delays were reduced up to 43% on weekends and 20% on weekdays. In other regions in the Asia Pacific, our partners like Skylab are able to deploy multi-access edge compute platforms that are able to deploy on-site to different use cases within the smart cities. From Indonesia, we have partners like Digital Instincts Technology that are able to deploy solutions on platforms on the fleet management side for managing the vehicles and perform remote condition monitoring and reporting for the fleets. And also logistics solutions from Alpha Beta that are able to respond to the need of logistics needs, right? And then they powered their solutions to provide informations like the movements, end-to-end management flows of goods, and data-driven analytics. So how Intel comes in is that we build together with our partners the Intel portfolio and also the technical enablement resources. We deploy together with them on the different co-marketing activities together with our partners, and we scale these solutions together with our partners in the different marketing programs to scale that. So below here are the different links that you can click in and refer to it. So one of very often would be the partner will ask, hey, Yao, it is very great. All the information that you shared is good, but how can I start? My answer would be, let's follow these 4 simple steps as a guidance. First is to assess the citywide needs and identify what is the desired future state, what is the topmost priorities to prioritize the main city's requirement. Secondly is to pick a suitable project to make it a high priority, sharing the potential and also the visible impact, so that the different stakeholders from the councils, from the technology partners, for the citizens are able to notice those impacts by driven from the project. The third step would be establish a governance structures, a collaboration models, and a standardizations. And the fourth one to be exploring the funding options, right? What type of options to fund this project? So on the right here, you can click on some of the examples and also the different links that Intel can provide on the ebooks that we created together. So with that, with our core technologies, solutions, and strong partner ecosystems, Intel would like to bring to you the smart cities and transportation vision to life. I would like to close this by these 3 main working approach. First is think big, not just smarter, but better cities. Smart small, start small. That is get going with projects and opportunities and prioritize it. Move fast. We learn, we adjust, and we reiterate. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and I will pass it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Payao. That was absolutely brilliant. Think big, start small, move fast. That's a good, catchy tagline to go by. I have a few questions. Your presentation was very clear, crisp, and really painted a beautiful picture of cities that are cheaper to live in, faster to operate, and more efficient. So it ticks all the boxes of saving time, improving quality of life, and you're managing better. So in that sense, it's great. A couple of quick questions before I move to the next panelist. While all this technology is going into these cities, can you really bolt on these technologies to existing cities, or do you need a greenfield approach to this? I mean, we have existing cities that are cluttered, very congested. Can you bolt on these technologies?
Yes, I think in the ideal world, everyone will think on starting with a greenfield, a brand new cities that you bring up from the scratch, right? Building up from the scratch. But most of the time, I would say that most of the time that is not possible, right? In only very minimal opportunities that you will have a brand new cities. So in that case, it becomes like identifying the most critical areas of working on to and what are the available technologies that currently is. We understand from a transportation perspective, there is a lot of existing technologies, especially at a road infrastructure perspective. Some technologies has been there for 20 years, 30 years. Our traffic light system may be already there since the past 20 years. So how do we actually put on a system without disrupting it? The first criteria. The second one is to add on additional values. So from that perspective, we need a whole ecosystem to build that together. So in order for that to happen, it needs the public and private sectors to work hand in hand to define the priorities and then to understand that, hey, which are the top priorities for that specific cities. Each cities will have their own priorities, and then the private sectors like Intel and our partners can advise the city councils, the Department of Transportations, and says that which one are the areas which you are able to move fast and have some early results to motivate the whole team to move forward. So I don't have a one answer to answer all the different approach, but I strongly believe that the whole ecosystem should collaborate and public and private partnership is critical.
That answers it quite well, that it is possible and you can bolt on and retrofit and change the current city. So that's heartening to know. Now let's look at the softer side. We have all this, in a smart city, we put all this hardware, devices, tracking, etc. Is there a need to educate the population on how to live in these cities? Is there an aspect of that as well?
I strongly believe that from the software perspective, it's always driven by the end user requirement. So end user here have two perspectives. One is the city itself. The second one would be how does our city councils or our authorities manage their resources to optimally manage their funding and also their human resources, right? Their staffing. So you touch on a good point of what is the impact to the citizens. So we believe that yes, the citizens will need to continuously feedback and say that this is critical, this area is critical. At the same time, those information will also need to be properly captured to be featured into the next tender or next project as a key performance index or KPI to be measured against. So what is being measured against then the ecosystem, the solution provider, the technical community or the technical advisors in that sense will be able to provide the solutions based on that KPI measurement. So yes, I strongly believe that from the end user, they need to understand which one will make the most impact for them, and then they will need a route in order for them to actually feedback that a critical element to the government agencies and to be captured as the next.
So one final question on your presentation, and I'll come back to you in the panel discussion itself. So when governments look at this and they say they're looking at cities to convert to smart city, and I know In a lot of countries, these projects are going on. Do they typically talk to you about return on investment, or is it just a sunk development cost for the nation? Or do they talk about, is there a payback time? How does these things pay back? Or is that something people don't compute at this stage?
I think right now there is a lot of different approaches. The first one would be to understand the whole concept, whereby they will go in as a proof of concept. Hey, this is very good with all this investment, but can you prove to me in these small areas? So that's where the move fast comes in, right? So let's not do the whole city. Let's do one junction, two junctions to prove it, right? Let's not do all the different bus stations or all the different railway stations. Let's just do this one small little railway stations, right? So yes, they will need a proof of concepts, a POCs, a proof point, a demo in order to prove that our value. And we will learn, and then we will adjust, and we will iterate based on what we learn in that particular POCs.
Thank you, Pa Yao. Stay back. When we finish with the other two panelists' presentation, we'll have an open panel discussion. And I would love to pick your thoughts a little bit more. But let's move on. Let's get a government view. We have seen so much progress in Indonesia initiated by the government on various aspects. I personally experience it in the education space. I'm experiencing it from various ministries, including Ministry of Industry, Manpower, etc. We are very privileged to have Pa Heru Kustanto. Pa Heru, if you can share with us your initial thoughts and the government's thinking on this, and then we will move on to another private sector view by Pa Alfian from Telecomcell. Over to you, Pa Heru. I think you're on mute.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Nalin.
Let's give it a moment to get the right presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nalin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are from Ministry of Industry. In my presentation, I will show you about the first. I want to explain about the our policy. We have making Indonesia 4.0 strategy to face industrialization 4.0. The first speaker from Intel is, I think, very important, from the technology provider to support also our policy. So in this presentation, starting my presentation, I want to show you about the performance of industry and in third quarter 2021. Here, this is our industry performance is very good. I think it's from the COVID before is negative, now is to positive growth, about 4.1% is higher than the economic growth. I think is very important for Indonesia because Indonesia is the biggest countries and the industrial sectors is very important for us. We can hear about the contribution in our country, manufacturing industry, totally about 19% contribution for our total GDP. It means that manufacturing sector is very important in our industry, our economy. So it is we want to push the growth of the industry because the industry also many labor worker here. And for the also in the export contribution to our economic, and then here we can show you about the 5 sectors that are very important for Indonesia. The first is food and beverage industry. Second is chemical and pharmaceutical and also traditional medicine. I think it's very related in our pandemic COVID. This is the biggest contribution in industry. And the third is about the metal good industry, computer, electronics, optics, electronic equipment, and other is transportation equipment industry. It is the 5 biggest contribution in our industrial sectors. And then we want to show you about the condition of the industry. We show you about the Purchasing Manager Index or PMI. This is the cutoff is above the 50. So if the value is more than 50, it means that industry is very expensive. Yeah? So we can see here in our COVID pandemic in July and August, our PMI is very low here, 40. And then after relaxation of the pandemic, now in October 2020, our PMI is very high in this highest ever history of a PMI. I think it's very important for us that our sector industry is revived from the pandemic to continue to grow. And I hope that the pandemic. Yes.
Just one thing. Your slide is not moving.
Was it? Yes. It's moving.
It is still on the first.
Sorry.
First slide.
Sorry. I stopped then and saw again. Sorry.
Yes.
Ready? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Good. Yes. Now it's moving. That's perfect.
Moving. Okay. I'm sorry. So it is my last presentation. Yeah. Here is growth, and then yes, our contribution for this industry very high in contribution. It is the 5 biggest contribution in economic from the food and the other. And then here is PMI. And last presentation is PMI is very high now. It's very good. It's good information for us that industry is still expansive after pandemic. And then so this is our potential digital economy. I think is related to the digital transformation. We have many users of the internet here. Indonesia is very busy, and then about the maybe our internet economy is higher in e-commerce, online travel, and then ride hailing and online media. I think it's very prospective to expand or to increase our economic digital. So we need also